Shalom, 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 Israel. We coming to you. It's the end of the Shabbat. Started a little late, but it's a continuation from last week's lesson of where no man's chains. Right, what we dealing with the freedom of understanding debt and how debt correlates over to you being able to actually serve your God. Okay, so this week's lesson is entitled when predator becomes prey. Interesting. Okay. Again, it's centered around uh breaking the bun, or should I say like the stronghold of capitalism here in America on the so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, anyone that chooses to serve God and follow God and are boggled down with the chains of capitalism, debt, interest, and not actually understanding how to formulate, business partnerships, and not adequately knowing how to vet, improve individuals, right? Son, for real, that what you're gonna do? I told you what I'm gonna do now. I already gave the warning, son, for the camera you cut on. Okay, so you just tested it. I gave you your lead way, your little free rope, and you about to hang yourself. All right. So, with that being said, we're going to start out in the book of Psalms, chapter 73, because we have to identify something, right? Because we see the wicked and they just living it up. These people ain't keeping God's commandment. And for us that are trying to keep God's commandment, we looking at it and we like, hold on, God, something ain't right. Something is not right. How is it that we are commanded to keep the commandments, but we struggling, right? But then they over here, they ain't keeping no commandments. They living their best life. So let's see what the Bible says about such events, right? So we're gonna start out in the book of Psalms, chapter 73. All right. So now this is the book of Psalms, chapter 73, and verse 1, and it reads: Truly truly God is good to Israel, even to such as are of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet were almost gone, my steps had well nigh slipped. For I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. So what David's saying is, or Asaph, what he's saying is that when he looked at his situation and he's struggling, but then he looked at the wicked and they thriving, these numbers ain't adding up. Something is not adding up, right? So verse 4 reads, For there are no bonds in their death, no bands in their death, but their strength is firm. They are not in trouble as other men, neither are they plagued like other men. Right? So he's saying, look, the wicked, they're not going through the struggles like the rest of us are going through. So to us, it's looking like these people out here, they doing what they want to do. They living their best life. Ain't nothing happening to them. We over here, we trying to keep God's commandments and we struggling. Right? Like, how that make y'all feel when y'all go to school and what holiday y'all just had in school? Easter. Right? How that made y'all feel when y'all went to school and y'all seeing everybody pass around these Easter gifts and y'all couldn't partake in the festivities? How that made y'all feel?
Sad.
You were sad. Yeah, and rightfully so. Cause you looking at it like, man, I gotta keep these commandments. They over there looking like they having a good old time passing around these gifts at this festivity, and I can't do it. What they judge me in that. That's what we're saying. That's rightfully so. But that's the wrong mindset to have, and we're gonna correct that by the end of this lesson. Okay. All right. So now, chapter 6 read, Therefore, pride, compassive them about as a chain, violence covereth them as a garment. So what they're saying is this: individuals like that, people like that, they become prideful. You can't tell them that. All right. Which means that the Bible say pride comes before destruction. Verse 7 reads, Their eyes stand out. Their eyes stand out with fatness. They have more than heart could wish. Meaning they have a whole lot of stuff. Yes, sir. I got it. Give me a second. When I get through breaking it in, son, I'm gonna pass the torch on over to you. Okay. So what this saying is, verse 7 is saying that it's never enough for them. They get everything they want while we sitting over here. We gotta pray, we gotta fast, we gotta sacrifice, we gotta save up to get stuff we want. Meanwhile, they over there, they crooks. They taking it. They scamming. Get stuff they want. Right? Verse 8 reads, they are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak lofty. So when you say, hey man, it ain't right that I borrowed $10 from you and you making me give you back 20. That ain't right. You know I need that $10 to put on my light bill. Yes, sir.
That's $30.
No, it's not.
10 plus 1 is 30.
Yeah, but I borrowed 10, which means that they got their 10 back plus another 10. So
you get 20.
They get 20. But how much they gave me first?
10.
10. That ain't right, man. Even you know that. That ain't right. How would you like if I tell you, Yahweh, listen, if you come over here and 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 you work all day, right? You work 8 hours out the day, all day, non-stop, no break, no nothing. I'll let you play the game for 5 minutes. Is that fair? Huh?
Yes, sir.
That is?
No, sir.
I was finna say, I can't wait. Whoo, I'm gonna get you, boy. Okay, see, that ain't fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
So verse 9 say, they set their mouth against the heavens, and their tongue walketh through the earth. Therefore, his people return hither, and waters of a full cup are wrung out to them. What this saying is, man, they got so much stuff, they can't even do nothing with it. But they don't even help you. So this is one of them old sayings where the world say the rich get rich and the poor get poor. This is what we read. But the rich is getting rich off of corruption, off of doing wrong, off of treating people wrong and bad business dealings, off of price gouging. In the stock market, we call it price gouging, right? See what I'm saying? In the free, what we call like the free market, we're dealing with consumers. We'll call it skimflation. Skimflation is where you take a product and you put less product in it and you go up on the price. This is what we're dealing with right now. We have inflation because the government is just printing money out of thin air. It's not backed by gold. So therefore, we under what is called a fiat currency, which means that the government can print money at will, then turn around and then make the cost of living go up because you have more money in circulation than you have productivity from the citizens working to produce material to then sell to other countries. So because we don't have an increase in productivity, which increase the goods and services, which then turn around and increase the revenue that's brought in by that particular company, you're left with inflation. So now where your dollar was worth one whole dollar last year, today it's only worth 94 cents. So that same dollar won't get you a dollar drink because you're 6 cents short plus tax. So with that being said, now this lesson here is to show us how to be righteous, how to properly, identify individuals that's doing business like this so that we can stay away from them. We could be blessed by God while keeping the commandments of God so that what we're reading in Psalm 73 don't become us. All right. So now, verse 13. Yes, sir.
Why y'all feeling like this? I'm not gonna help you.
So, well, I mean, I'm doing a lesson, and I could definitely go into why my finger is however it is. And I'm talking about I tell you what, son. Can you tell me what skimflation is? It's a yes or no question. Please and thank you. Yes or no?
No.
Huh?
No, sir.
Talk loud. I can't hear you.
No, sir.
Okay, so I need you to pay attention. See, you're gonna be the one that's gonna come to me 10 years from now and say, Daddy, I do not understand why I gotta pay $15,000 more for this car than what Noah paying for his car. This ain't fair. Life ain't fair. And Noah gonna be saying, well, your life ain't fair because you ain't listened to the lessons that Daddy was trying to teach us when the teaching was going on. So now you gotta pay for what you did not prepare for. You understand? So either you're gonna prepare for it, you're gonna have an easier life, or you're not gonna prepare for it, and your life gonna be harder. You're gonna forever have to work for somebody else to work twice as hard to get the same product as somebody else. Do you understand? You'll be in a position where you're working for somebody else while they're taking the time that you work for them, and then they're gonna go live their life based off of the money that you make them. Okay? So with that being said, son, we're trying to learn how to do business the proper way that God said to do business, so that we could teach our family, provide for our family the right way, so that we're not tied down at jobs or we're not doing things that are considered to be illegal by God. You understand? So that's what that is. All right. So now we're gonna go over to verse. What was it? Because you didn't throw me off. Verse 11. All right. And it reads, and they say, how doeth God know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? So they saying God ain't gonna know this. How God gonna know? He ain't here. He don't know what we doing. Behold, these are the ungodly who prosper in the world. They increase in riches. So he said, look, these individuals who are doing all this stuff, they're ungodly. They're prospering in the world, but they're ungodly, right? So now this is where it's going to switch. Verse 13. Verily, I have cleansed my heart in vain and washed my hands in innocence. For all the day long have I been plagued and chastened every morning, right? So what he's saying is that he's made sacrifices, right? He's made sacrifices. He's tried to prepare, but every time he makes a sacrifice, something else comes up. This is what he's saying. Okay. Verse 15 reads, if I say I will speak thus, behold, I said I should offend against the generation of thy children. When when I thought to know this, it was too painful for me. So what he's saying is that if I were to say what I'm saying, I actually speak against the children of God, because what I'm saying is that I look at them and I see those out there, these ungodly people, they're living their best life, they're getting everything that they want. But then I look at us, godly people, and we're struggling. But if I say this, then it's like I'm talking against God's children. And I don't want to do that. This is what he's saying. So verse 17. Until I went into the sanctuary of God, then understood I therein. So what he's saying is, it wasn't until he started reading the Bible, that's when he started to see what the end would be for those that are ungodly, those that are cheating people out their money, price gouging, and having what is called an unbalanced scale, right? According to the Bible. Verse 18. Well, okay. Surely thou didst set them in slippery places. Thou castest them down into destruction. How are they brought into desolation? As in a moment, they are utterly consumed with terror, as a dream with one awakened. So, O Lord, when thou awakest, thou shalt despise their image. So what he's saying is that when it's all said and done, these people are going to die. All right. Now, with that being said, right? Um, we must understand this. We can't look at what somebody else has. All right. That's to sum all this up. We can't don't look at what somebody else got, because you might not want to have to go through what they're gonna go through. or you might haven't went through what they've went through. That just mean that it's just not your time yet. All right. So now, with that being said, right, we got to get into this. Now, I want y'all to understand something. You have this is how you get to a position to where you could have freedom. First, you have to educate yourself. In the midst of you educating yourself, you see. Stand up, sir. So, in the midst of you educating yourself, what you're doing is you're seeking knowledge. Okay. So you have first you seek knowledge. After you seek knowledge, the understanding of knowledge is to know. Hmm. Yeah, both of them. The not the definition of or to understand what knowledge is to know, right? So when you know something, you're aware of it. That's knowledge, right? So then here's so then it moves from knowledge to wisdom. Wisdom is the application of the knowledge that you have retained. All right. So now you have a lot of individuals out here that try to get knowledge and they teach, right? But it's a flaw in the teaching because what happens is that they themselves don't know how to actually apply the information that they're getting because they skip application. Therefore, they lack wisdom. And what happens is you go from knowledge to then trying to teach, which simultaneously lead to misjudgment that leads to condemnation. Because what will happen is I would try to teach you something that I haven't fully done myself. And then when you can't fully grasp what I'm saying, then I would just chalk it up as to you, to something being wrong with you, versus me not having the wisdom that it takes to meet you on whatever level you're on. See, that's a difference. So now we're going to see how to obtain this knowledge. All right. So now we're going to go over to Matthew chapter 6. So go to Matthew chapter 6. All right. Hold on, y'all. Y'all there? Matthew chapter 6. All right. Now we're going to go to verse 33 because we got to see how to obtain this knowledge. We got to have a foundation, right? And we want the foundation that's coming from God, that's of God. So therefore, our foundation won't fail. Hold on one second. Hold on, y'all. All right. Y'all at Matthew chapter 6. Go on over there with your mom. Because you finna make me do it to you, probably. Me and you and I had the conversation early, huh? Go. Go that way with your mama. Please and thank you. Appreciate it. Me and you already had the conversation, son. I let you get away with it last week. Hey, you might want to pipe down. Please and thank you. We had the conversation last week now. I told you what it was going to be. I let you get away with it last week now. All right, y'all at Matthew chapter 23. I mean, chapter 6, verse 33. All right, because we have to set this foundation and we got to understand where we're getting this knowledge from. All right, because you have knowledge of the world, but the knowledge of the world will fail you at some point in time. But this knowledge that we're getting right now today, this will never fail you. It has never failed you. In fact, the construct of the way that the economic system is set up today in America is predicated and based off of what we're going to read now. Right? So here it is. Matthew chapter 6 and verse 33. It says, but seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. So now we got being educated, have knowledge, wisdom, right? For our ability to teach. So if you seek the kingdom of God first, all of these things will be freely added unto you. But it's a way that it's going to be added unto you. Go to Isaiah chapter 28, and we're going to see how to actually get it. Because you have a lot of people out here that we're craving for this knowledge, we're craving for this wisdom, and we would love to teach individuals after we have gained experience from applying this said wisdom, but we don't know how to get it. But this is how we get it. This is what the Bible say we must do to get it. This is Isaiah chapter 28 and verse 9, and it reads, whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? So here we have two separate things. One is knowledge. That's to know knowledge, anything that's ever been created, you have the ability to know it if you seek ye first the kingdom of God, right? But simultaneously, while you're seeking the kingdom of God to gain knowledge on whatever it is that you want to know in the world, you will simultaneously understand doctrine. So you will know how to navigate the Bible to then see things that was already done, that was already recorded, and then you will then be able to see things that will happen. So now you know how to navigate life. The same way if you're going somewhere and you don't know how to get there, today we have a GPS versus years ago they only had a map. So they didn't have a GPS to say 2 blocks, turn left. It's way easier when you have a GPS to say 2 blocks, turn left. It's way easier when you have the Bible that's saying, listen, you're commanded to put up an inheritance for your children. You're commanded to give your firstborn child a double blessing. See, it's way easier when you have this blueprint on the next generation that's coming behind you when you follow the blueprint. You understand? That's what it's going into, right? So now it reads, them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast. So what this is going into is this, is that in order for you to get knowledge, in order for you to have understanding of the scriptures, doctrine, you must get into the scriptures and cleave to it day and night and day. It's the same way a newborn baby, only thing they want to do is drink milk and sleep. This is what this is going into, okay? So now, let's go see an example of this said knowledge. We're going to go over to Exodus chapter 31, right? Because we're going to see an example of what I'm referring to, because the Bible is going to explain how this knowledge just appears just off of the simple merit of seeking the kingdom of God first, right? Because we have a lot of individuals that would say, well, I don't know about that one now, because I know somebody over here and they had to do a whole lot of study to get the knowledge they got. But I also know somebody over here, and it just seemed like it just came to them, by nature. They naturally just understood how to do that. Well, let's see the individuals who naturally understood how to do certain things. Let's see where that knowledge came from, right? This is, I got it, son, because it's a long lesson and I'm trying to flow through it. This is, and I'll pick and choose where you can read, okay? Because this one is a little lengthy. All right. This is Exodus chapter 31 and verse 1, and it reads, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, see, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and I have filled him with the Spirit of God. So now we see an example where God is saying he called out a certain individual. And this particular individual he called out, he's filled with the Spirit of God. But let's see what's attached to this Spirit of God that he was filled with. It says, in wisdom, that's the application of knowledge, right? And in understanding, that means that he actually knew how to do it, right? Um, and in knowledge, he had the ability to retain this information that God freely gave him through his spirit, right? And it says, and in all manner of workmanship, right? So let's see some of the knowledge that he freely received that turned over into wisdom that led to him having the ability to then teach. Verse 4 reads, to devise cunning works, to work in gold and in silver and in brass and in cutting of stone, to set them, and in carvings of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. Right? So here we see that this man had the ability to work in all manner of workmanship. Right? So we're going to go down to verse 6, and it reads, and I, behold, I have given with him a Balha, I mean, Al Holab, the son of Ahishmach of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise hearted, I have put wisdom. So what God is saying is this: not only did I do it for him, but those that are wise hearted, those that sought ye first the kingdom of God, also received the same spirit. They had the same ability. This is what God is saying, that they may make all that I have commanded thee. Right? So here we're seeing what God is saying, that this gift right here is freely given to you, just on a simple matter of you seeking me first, seeking God first, seeking the Father first, seeking the things of the kingdom first. You freely got the knowledge, right? So now we're going to go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 12. You can read that one, son, when you get there, because we're going to flow over and we're going to go into how this knowledge is applied. Okay? You there yet? Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 12. Yes, sir. Chapter 7. Yes, verse 12. Help him, Jeremiah. Look, son, either you're going to give him the Bible so he can help you, or I'm finna move on. Whichever one you want to do it, fine with me. Just let me know.
What did I say? I can't see it. What's that? No. 6 what? What it's saying? I'm trying to see the page. 689. And that's what it said on YouTube. What is it? 689.
Go ahead, son. Read 12. Go loud, talk loud, son. I can't hear you.
For whom is a
For what? Where you at? 12. Wisdom. For wisdom.
for wisdom.
Talk loud, son. I can barely hear you.
For wisdom is a
Defense.
defense, and money is a defense, but the
Excellency.
excellency
Mhm.
of
Knowledge.
knowledge is that whom
Wisdom.
wisdom giveth life to them that have it.
Okay, so what it's saying is this. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 12 reads, for wisdom is a defense, and money is a defense, right? So to be wise is a defense, right? And to have money is a defense, right? That's self-explanatory. You being wise can save your life. You having money will keep you out of hardship. We understand this, right? But watch this. It says, but the excellency of knowledge is that wisdom giveth life to them that have it. See, when you understand that the knowledge that you have to be applied, right? the application of the knowledge is what leads you over to being wise. It ain't just you knowing. You could know and then you don't apply, then what's the good is knowing? You just as worse off as the person who has no knowledge in the information that you have if you don't apply that said information, right? So now we're going to go over to Matthew chapter 5. Let's go on over to Matthew chapter 5. Yes. Yes. Going to Matthew chapter 5, verse 19. Right? Because we have to see how we go from, yes, verse 19, yes. We have to see how we're sanctioned to have the authority to teach. We have a lot of individuals out here that's teaching and they're not authorized to teach. And we can tell by the content and the level of edification that is being brought to the people. And it's subjective, right? What I just said was subjective. And I do understand that because um, even the words that come out of my mouth now could be of no edification to those that are listening and those that will view in the future. So I'm not saying this from a condescending standpoint, but what I am saying is that we must understand how we're supposed to be placed in positions to be qualified to teach. You crying? Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were saying you weren't qualified to teach. I been saying it's okay, sweetheart. At least you got a head that'll help you get there. You know, like you looking up to God, saying, "God, please help me get there." And you praying to Him. Okay, so we at Matthew chapter 5, verse 19. Let's see what the Messiah said, the master teacher. Let's see what he said, right? Again, because we're dealing with core foundation. This is what qualifies us to actually be in a position to where we could be educated, to have the ability to retain knowledge, to then have the ability to apply that said knowledge to usurp wisdom over situations. And then from these situations where we're applying wisdom and we're using wisdom, then we're going to gain the experience in life that we become better teachers, right? So, this is Matthew chapter 5, verse 19, and it reads, "Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven." So if you're breaking the commandments and you're teaching other individuals to break the commandments, especially we talk because staying on topic with the lesson, if you're dealing in a deceitful game business transaction, and then you're teaching other individuals to do the same, you're going to be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. This is what Christ is teaching, right? The remainder of 19 reads, "But whosoever shall do," so here it is, you're doing first, you're applying first, "and teach them." So it ain't say whoever teaching them, it ain't doing them. No, you're doing it first. You're gaining the experience first, then you're qualified to teach. This is what we're reading, right? It says, "The same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven," right? Remember, the beginning of the lesson says, Christ said, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven," the kingdom of God, "and all of these things shall be added unto you." He's ending it by saying the same thing, right? So watch this, because now he's going to go to examples of teachers. Yes, son, go ahead. He's going to examples of teachers. Read, son, verse 20. Except, hold on, what's righteousness? Okay, go ahead. Exceed. That means go beyond. That means exceed means go beyond. Righteousness. Scribes. Pharisees. Enter. So verse 20 is saying, and it reads, Matthew chapter 5, verse 20, and it reads, For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees. So now, the scribes and Pharisees are the ones that took note. They wrote all this stuff down to make sure that we had correct records of it. So that they made sure that they taught in the right way, right? So the ones that's keeping the record of everything that's going on, to make sure we teaching, to make sure we're doing it in the right way. And then Pharisees are the ones that sat in the seat to enforce that we're doing it the right way. So now, if your righteousness, what you're doing, don't be better than us now, the government, you ain't getting in the kingdom of heaven. See, we're in a position right now where the government is saying you're gonna work your W-2 job. While you're working your W-2 job, we're going to make you pay taxes. But we're not done there. After you pay taxes on the money that you just earned, when you get ready to spend your money, we're going to make you pay taxes. Right? So you're taxed twice and not even realizing what's going on. The Bible say that you, an Israelite, are commanded to not do usury on fellow Israelites. Right? That means you can't charge interest, right? You, as an Israelite, is commanded to not have unbalanced scales. This is what we're commanded to do. You, as an Israelite, shall not put your fellow brother in a position where he's enslaved to you because of the false dealings of a business transaction. So you all are young men that's going to grow up and then you're going to have your own family and your own businesses. And you must do business the right way, according to what God said, if you want your business to be blessed and you to be protected by the protection of God. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So now, he said that the rest of verse 20 says, Ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. So, if the business that you're doing with the individuals whom you're doing business with cannot be lined up and supported by the Bible, then you might need to stop doing that business. Cut ties with those business partners. If not, then you're putting your salvation in jeopardy. This is what they're saying. All right. So now, because we understand now about we must educate ourselves, right? We must seek to be grounded within the law, statutes, and commandments, the teachings and the customs that belongs to us from the Bible, from God through Christ to the angels, handed down to the prophets to us, right? So that we could have the proper knowledge. And once we retain this said knowledge, we can start using it in our day-to-day life. Once we start using it in our day-to-day life, we're going to show forth wisdom. Through that wisdom, we're going to gain experience, and the experience that we have, we could then teach others. Y'all understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now, in the midst of this, right, you all will have to learn how to adequately, what we call like vet or prove other people, because again, from the beginning, God said it's not good for man to be alone. But Christ also taught that some men are eunuchs. So in Adam's case, it wasn't good for man to be alone because Adam needed a helpmate that was going to get him to procreate and to fulfill his purpose that God had gave him or given him, right? And so what Christ is saying is you might need to do something with that. Hit the volume button, turn it down or something. Please and thank you. So what Christ is saying is that we must understand that some men have made themselves eunuchs, or some men have been born eunuchs, right? And the men that made themselves eunuchs for the gospel's sake, to do the work of God. What that means is that some men have dedicated themselves solely to the work of God and not to have a wife. So when we read in the beginning with Adam, what Adam said, God said it's not good for man to be alone. Christ is cleaning this up. Christ is saying from the standpoint of inclusion, from the standpoint of networking, from the standpoint of having individuals around you like-minded to then accomplish the same goal. All right. So you all are young men. You all are young men that are going to look to have your own families. So with that being said, you must learn how to adequately vet or approve, right? Uh, business partners, candidates, or a wife, right? So we're going to start out in Ecclesiastes chapter 5. All right. So we're going to get the instructions on one of the things that we must look out for when we're choosing business partners or even choosing a wife. We have to understand this because you as a leader cannot afford for anyone to be insubordinate. Jeremiah, do you know what insubordinate? Thank you. All right. So you cannot afford for anyone to like undermine your position and where you are in a position of authority. Y'all understand this?
Yes, sir.
Can't afford it. All right. So we're going to go to Ecclesiastes chapter 5, and we're going to go to verse 1, right? And it reads, keep thy foot when thou goest in the house of God, and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they consider not that they do evil. So what they're saying is this. Yes, sir. What? Ecclesiastes chapter 5 and verse 1. So what Solomon is saying is this. Make sure that whomever you're choosing, they're teachable. This is extremely important. You all do not want to be caught in a business transaction, even marriage. Marriage is a business transaction, according to the Bible. Right? We're gonna get into that in later lessons. Son, ask for help. Go ask your mama for help, son. I I don't mean to be rude, but this is where she would, assist you. Okay. So we're going to get into that in later lessons, right? But right now we're dealing with the economic structure of, becoming godly men. We keep laws, statutes, and commandments according to what God said, right? And we're learning how to cohabitate here in this world where you have a lot of godless individuals. All right. So, with that being said, again, you all do not want to be in a situation where you're choosing a wife and she's not teachable. It's the first thing you must understand. And again, you're in a position of a leader. A leader must guide, a leader must lead. But if the followers aren't willing to follow and submit to the person that's in a position of authority, how can you be an effective leader? It's not that you're a poor leader. Sometimes you have poor followers, and it's evident. Okay. So the first thing in proving these candidates or in business partners, right, is understanding. Are they teachable? Right. So now we're going to go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 25, right? Because after understanding if they teachable or not, you must also understand this that oh, my bad, it's Ecclesiasticus. I apologize. That's in the Apocrypha. Yeah, we're going to Ecclesiasticus. Sirach.
This one?
No, in the scroll on down. So you see that? Right, that right there. We're going to go to chapter 25. And then we're going to go to verse 20. Huh? Oh. Okay, so now this is what the Bible started doing, what we call like wordplay, right? Okay, to explain something. And I'm gonna see if y'all understand what's being explained, okay? Because again, we're talking about men choosing wives. This is something that is extremely important because the woman that you make your wife, you're stuck with it for the rest of your life. This is what the Bible teaches, right? And now, unless she does something that is warranted for the uh, enforcement of a divorce, you're stuck with her. So therefore, you must make wise decisions. Okay. So the first decision is Is she teachable? She has to be teachable. Okay. So now we're gonna go to Sirach, which is Ecclesiastes chapter 25, son. I told you now. There you go, right there. I'm gonna go down to verse 20. There you go. That one right there. All right. So, and it reads, it's Sirach chapter 25, verse 20. And it reads, as the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the aged. What they're saying, son? Do you understand what they're saying? Let's go into what. Remember a couple weeks ago you were doing Shakespeare, right? Now I told you it's abstract, so you got to look at it not as it is written, but what is being conveyed. So pull out certain words that you see, right? We see climbing, we see sandy, right? Can you climb and sand? Is it hard or easy? Harder, right? So now it says, as the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the aged. Can an old man climb up a sandy hill? Is it hard or easy? Hard, right? It gets even harder the older you get, right? It says, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man. You understand what they're saying, son? What they're saying is it is. Huh?
It's the same as a wife that talks more than a man.
She talk too much. Every time I turn, you like, okay, all right. But you like, look, can you just get to the point? You said there was a problem. I gave you the answer to that problem. You don't want to use the answer to that problem, but you want to keep trying to tell me how you can't implement the solution to this problem, and you keep wanting me to fix a problem that you keep making in your head. Just be quiet and listen. I told you, I'm gonna do that right there. I don't need you to do that. I'm gonna do that, and you just that's what that is. You understand? Same way when you try to tell Yahweh something and Yahweh say, yeah, but you like, yeah, but Yahweh move, I got it. Like, and now you like, you know what? You gonna do it. And then when you tell him to do it, he come tell me, yeah, Jeremiah don't want to help me. It's the same thing. We talking about men, right? Dealing with a woman that one is not teachable, two, don't want to listen, three, don't shut up. And again, you got to be mindful of this because you are a godly man. If you all make her your wife, you stuck with her. Because you all are being taught now to, and you all are going to be molded into this to understand that if she can't be teachable, just go the other way. You understand? All right. So now, what it's saying is this: is that when you're in a situation like this and you see this, it's up to you on if you go through with it, you stuck with it. You understand? That's what it's saying. All right. So, yes, sir. Huh? No. We back over. We back over. Go to Romans chapter 13. That's where we're going next. All right. What I just say, son. What I just say, son. Please and thank you. Romans chapter 13. There you go. All right. So. Okay. So now we understand this, right? We understand that you gotta prove them. And it's the same thing with a business partner. If you got a business partner that's all they think they always right, you can't never tell them that. That's not a good business partner. It ain't. You got your certification or degree in this said field right here. You got 15 years of experience. You got all the accolades. You got all the business partners, network, and everything set up. And you try to tell them, listen, it's not a good idea to go with that company right there. It's a better idea to go with this company. No, we're going to go with it. And you like, why? Because I said so. No. Cut ties with them, son. You understand? Just that simple. It's real simple. Jesus said, within your patience, possess ye your soul. Which means that if you don't be patient, improve these people to make sure that they're good friends, good allies, or good candidates, you're going to suffer in the flesh with bad business deals. This is where you get people saying, life ain't fair. The government set up against us. It's the white man's fault. No, it ain't. Go educate yourself. Go get some discipline. Learn how to vet people, add value to yourself. Now you can be a productive citizen to society, and people will trade you money for your knowledge. It's just that simple. And our people haven't figured this out yet. You understand? All right. So now we're gonna go over to Romans, right? Chapter 13. Because it's something else in this, right? Because whomever it is that you're choosing as for a business partner or wife, right? They have to be teachable. They can't try to overtalk you. They can't try to overrule you. They have to be in a position where they're willing to respect the order of command. You got to respect the order of command. You can't tell me, you don't know nothing about that because you ain't a woman. Well, wait a minute. I never said I was. But what I am saying is take this into consideration. You don't know nothing about that because you're too young. Wait, what age come into wisdom and knowledge? Age could come into experience. You understand? And that's okay. That's okay. But never let somebody undermine your level of knowledge based off of your youth. Because we're going to get in there too. All right. So now we're going to go over to Romans chapter 13 because, again, whomever it is that you're choosing as a candidate for a business partner or a wife, they have to be able to respect the order of command because the word of God said that the head of the woman is the man. So a woman has to be in a position where she's willing to submit to this man. But the Bible also say that Christ is the head of the man. So the man has to be in a position where he's willing to submit to Christ because Christ submitted to the Father, which makes the Father the head of Christ. Everybody got somebody to answer to, and they go all the way up to the Father. You understand? So if you're not willing to show your wife how to submit to you by you submitting to Christ, who showed us how to submit to him by how he submitted to the Father, then you can't expect your wife to know how to fully submit to you because you haven't set that example as a leader. This is why it's pivotal for you as the leader, y'all as leaders, to understand that the vetting, the choosing process is extremely important, right? Even when we're talking about business transactions, do not go in business with nobody that's going to look at you knowing that it's your business, your company, you're the boss, and say, no, we're equal. Don't go in business with them. I'm contracting you to only do this, and that's it. Don't try to overstep your boundaries and come out. No, we ain't doing that. So again, they must have the ability to respect the order of command. Now watch this. It's Romans chapter 13 and verse 1, and it reads, "Let every soul be subjected unto the higher power, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God." So even right now, we're in the United States. The United States government have a judicial, legislative, right, branches, right. And with that being said, these branches are overseeing certain positions of power. Because we're in the United States, God is saying that no one that's in any position of power ain't ordained by Him, good or bad. But we have commandments that we must keep. You, as an Israelite, is commanded to never elect somebody that's not an Israelite to rule over you or your people. This is why, again, keeping the commandments is extremely important. Because what we would do is we would raise up individuals to then have the ability to be qualified to be in positions of election. Then we will band together and they will get the so-called quote unquote black vote. But these individuals that's receiving the black vote from us are of us, from us, and keep the law, statutes, and commandments of God. You understand? So at the end of this lesson, you're going to understand why what I just said is so important. All right. So with that being said, first thing we got to do is we can't hate those that are in positions of power, because if we hate those that's in positions of power now in this kingdom, we're actually saying that God is a bad judge of character. This is what we're saying. What we need to be saying is, God, give me the protection against those that you have put in positions of power. This is the prayer that we need to pray. You understand? or we need to pray for those that are in positions of power be replaced with those that keep the commandments. Not I hate them. That no, God put them there, and we're gonna see what God say. Is the reason why they're there, right? So verse 2 reads, "Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God." So that's what Paul's saying. Paul said, if you resist those that's in positions of power, you resisting God. So, son, understand this. You all understand this. If you choose a wife and she resists submitting to you, it is not you that she's fighting against. She's actually fighting against God. As long as you do the will of God, you protect yourself by doing thus says the Lord. You lead your house according to the law, statutes, and commandments, how God said to do it. And at that moment, she won't be fighting against you. She's fighting against God. And I haven't met a man alive that's strong enough to resist the will of God. You understand? All right. So it says, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. They're going to be damned. Destruction. Right? Verse 3, it says, for rulers are not a terror to good works. Rulers aren't a terror to those that are doing good. The police come to the door right now and knock on the door. That ain't scaring me, son. We don't do nothing illegal. You understand? This is what this going into. See, we try our best to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments. So therefore, we're looking to find favor from God. The Bible says that the heart of the kings is in the hands of the Lord, which means that the person that's in positions of power, that has the authority and the ability to take your life, God could say, spare it. And ain't nothing they can do about it. So again, those that are in positions of power isn't a terror to those that are doing good works, according to what God said. Right? So watch this. But to the evil, wilt thou then not be afraid of the powers? So if you're doing evil, you right, you up there talking about you hate America. You hate the government. You hate this and you hate that. Because you either one or two things. You either doing something that's illegal that's causing for you to then be treated as a suspect, or you're not fully submitted to God, so therefore you don't have the protection. You understand? Daniel, the king said, nobody go and pray. Daniel said, what you talking? I'm going to pray to my God. You had men that were trying to get Daniel removed out of his position because Daniel was too close as an Israelite, as a quote-unquote slave, to be that close to the king. You ain't supposed to be that close. We of his nation, we supposed to be closer than you. But Daniel received favor from God. Daniel said, I serve God. I'm going to go on my rooftop and I'm going to pray. You ain't going to stop me. I'm going to pray in the broad daylight just for you to see me on my rooftop, just like I've been praying. And when you come get me, my faith is not going to wither. You're going to throw me over here in the lion den, and the God that I serve going to close the mouth of the lion up. Lion ain't even going to eat me. The king going to send up prayers for me. Because again, the heart of the king is in the hands of the Lord. To where the king didn't even want to do what he sanctioned to be done, but he had already gave a decree, which means the law was already given. Which means that even though the law was being broken, but Daniel served God, which means that he found favor from God. So the judgment that the individuals that convinced the king to give a decree, a law, to say what he said, the judgment that they was looking for Daniel to get didn't happen to Daniel. The next morning, Daniel was still alive. The king said, Daniel, did your God save you? He said, yeah, he did. Come on now. Take them, throw them in there with the lions. As soon as he threw them in there, the lions ate them alive. The point that I'm making is this. You don't be afraid of those that's in positions of power. The power that they had come from the one to give you the same protection. The moment that they try to lift a finger against you and God hasn't authorized it is the day that they die. Do you understand what I'm telling you? It's the power that y'all possess. All right? So verse 4 reads, for he is the minister. What's a minister?
Someone who serves.
Exactly. We're going to replace the word minister with servant. For he is the servant of God to thee for good. Again, somebody breaking their house right now. The police riding down the street. They see them breaking in their house, guns out and all that. They see them. They stop them from harming us. See, they're a minister, they're a servant to them that do good. But to them that do bad, he's not a servant. You understand? The Bible says that he's a terror. All right. So remainder of verse 4 reads, but if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain. So it's a he ain't doing what he doing for no reason. Because you're not serving God. So the sword that he's swinging coming straight from God's judgment. Right? So it says, for he is the minister of God to revenge, to execute, I mean, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Right? So here we see where uh the order of command must be respected, because if it's not respected, it's consequences. The same way, son, listen, y'all gonna get older, you're gonna have a wife, and you're gonna tell her, listen, sweetheart, we need to set a budget. Okay, your spending habit is out of control. And if she say, you can't tell me what to do with my money, I'm gonna do what I want to do with my money. You say, you're right. You're absolutely right. I can't. And with that being said, understand this, that if your bills fall behind, they on you. You take those portions right there. I'm gonna take these portions right here. All right. And now this is where being held accountable comes in there. When them bills fall behind from the portion of the bills that she was supposed to have been taken care of, you as an effective leader will be over here planning for a situation that you already see coming. You ain't gonna get mad. You ain't gonna say, I told you. No, you ain't gonna do that. You're gonna say, well, I tell you what. The necessary adjustments will be made. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna stay in this hotel over here till you get the light back on. And when you get the light back on, call me, I'll be back. And you gonna move as such. You ain't gonna let nobody put no unwanted pressure on you because they didn't want to listen. You understand?
Yes, sir.
This is why it's extremely important with the proving stage. Because if they ain't listening to you while you're courting, they ain't gonna listen to you, son, while y'all married. You understand? If they don't listen to you before the bid and deal signed, before you sign that contract, they're not gonna listen to you after you sign that contract to do this business deal. All right. So now, right now, we're gonna go to Proverbs chapter 13, right? Because we have a lot of people that will deal in do business and they're dealing in deceit, right? They'll be very deceitful. All right. So go to Proverbs chapter 13, verse 11, and reads. Um, Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished, right? So it's saying, look, if you get your riches in a dishonest way, you ain't gonna keep it. It's a saying in the streets that say, the faster money come in, the faster it go out. All right, that's what they're saying, right? The remainder of verse 11 say, but he that gathereth by labor shall increase. I mean, you work for it. Don't have no problem with working. It's hard to work. One thing about it, when you work, you earn it. You know how to budget. You know how to invest. You'll make it grow. God will multiply that for you. All right, because we're gonna see certain steps on how to get it in a position of multiplication. Right? We don't deal with adding. All right. We don't say 5 plus 5. 5 plus 5 is 10. Man, that move too slow. We doing multiplication. All right. We're gonna 5 times 5. That's what we doing over here. But God gonna multiply. Some people want to just add to it. That's fine. That's them over there. We dealing in multiplication over here. All right. That's what we dealing. Okay. So now we're gonna move on to Judges chapter 7, right? Because they have to have discipline, right? You don't want anybody that lacks discipline. All right. And discipline, we're talking about structure, right? When we talk about this said discipline. All right. So now we're finna read an account of the king, right? Because what comes along with this discipline and structure is faith, right? Sometimes you'll be operating and you ain't gonna know it all, but your discipline, your structure, right? Your faith will allow you to have patience, and then it will build and it will grow. Yes, sir. Son, what go? What I said? What I asked you to do? Huh? Huh? Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. I'm glad it's ringing a bell up there. Okay, so now we're gonna go to Judges chapter 7, and we're gonna start at verse 1. All right. And it reads, Then Jerubbaal, who is Gideon, and all the people that were with him rose up early and pitched beside the well of Harod, so that the host of the Midianites were on the north side of them by the hill of Moreh in the valley. And the Lord said unto Gideon, the people that are with thee are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel valiant themselves against me, saying, Mine own hand have saved me. So what they're saying is this. God say, listen, you all about to go up against the Midianites, but it's too many of you right now. And if I allow y'all to go up right now, the people won't give him the glory, right? The people will say, we did this based off what we can do. This is why a lot of people don't understand why they don't have help. See, I want you to understand something, son. Never get mad at somebody if they don't want to help you. Because these individuals might actually have a spirit on them where they want to take the glory that belongs to God. They want to take the credit that belongs to you. They'll give you 10% of the help, or they'll give you help at 10% of 100%, and then they'll tell you that they deserve 90% of the credit. You're like, well, hold on now. Yeah, but if I would have never did this, you wouldn't have got that. You're like, yeah, I understand that, but understand if you would never did that, I still gonna get this accomplished. So God know they hard. So God will say, wait a minute. I ain't gonna allow them to help you. I ain't gonna allow them to help you. I ain't gonna allow them to help you. That door closed, that door closed. And you in your mind gonna be thinking, man, don't nobody want to help me. No, it ain't that. God know these people hard. And God know that they not gonna give him the glory and give you the credit. So you just be patient and wait on the hand of God to reveal itself as to what you're supposed to be doing. Right? So watch this. Verse 3. And it reads, Now, therefore, go to proclaim in the ears of the people, saying, Whosoever is fearful and afraid, let him return and depart early from Mount Gilead. So he said, look, if you're afraid, just turn around now. I don't need you with me. I don't need nobody standing on the left side of me or the right side of me when I'm about to go in battle and you scared. You're afraid, I ain't gonna judge you. Just say, look, man, I'm them people right there, they got more money than us. They gonna embarrass us. We submit their bid. Don't worry about it, man. Look, Jake, pull your money out, going on over there. I'll find somebody else to come do the bid and deal with me. God gonna send it to me if it's for me. This the approach, the mindset that you should have. Don't look at them and judge them. Man, you scared. No, don't do that. Because we're gonna see something, right? So now, because remember, God is basically teaching you how to weed out those that aren't fit for your purpose. Each and every one of y'all has a purpose, and God is saying that He's gonna bring people, resources, and the network in your path that's suitable for the fulfillment of your purpose. And anything that remove itself out of the way of your path is not suitable enough for your purpose, and you must understand this. Because as men, you all are leaders. As men, sometimes you got to be your greatest supporter. As men, sometimes you got to have your own back. That's okay. That is okay. Because again, the children are being taught by the mother. The mother is being instructed by the husband. The husband is being led by Christ. And Christ has submitted already to the Father. And that's okay. It's okay if you gotta go through this by yourself. It seems like you're by yourself, but understand Christ standing right there like, go to the left a little bit. You're like, why I need to go to the left? I guess I slide over to the left. And then, well, right there was a bullet coming right. You're like, dang, what that was? It was a fly? No, that was a bullet. A straight bullet that was about to hit you. God said, Christ said, step a little bit over to the left and you listen. He teaching you to listen to the voice of God, right? So now, Right? The remainder of verse 3 reads, and there returned of the people 20 and 2,000. So 22,000 people was afraid. They turned around and left. Imagine that, son. You got over 20,000 people right there. Standing right there. You like, hey, man, boy, I know I can get a lot of help out of this. A lot of people out there in that crowd. I know I can get a lot of help. First statement out your mouth. 20 some thousand, I'm leaving. Listen, hey, anybody afraid to come over here and go buy this whole apartment building with me? Y'all gonna leave. Everybody gonna pick up their stuff. They gone. You like, dang, what happened to the crowd? Everybody gone. Dang, we might not be able to get it now. I don't know. Home probably was right over there, right? So there it said, in verse 3 reads, and there remain 10,000. 22,000 left. Well, you got 10,000 still here. That means, and it's a spiritual understanding to this. And I'm finna tell it to you. So understand, 20,000 plus 10,000 is what? 32, right? So now, if 20,000 left, what's the percentage of the individuals that left? I'm gonna break it down for you. All right, cool. So you got how many times do 10 go into 20?
Two.
2. How many times do 10 go into 10?
One.
1. It's 3. Got three sets of 10, right? So how many parts do you have?
Three.
3, right? So now if 20 left on a percentage basis, how many left on in fractions?
1/3 and 2/3.
2/3, right? Remember that, 2/3. All right. 2/3 of the people got up and left because they was afraid. 2/3 of the people witnessed what God did. 2/3 of the people understood that they had the protection of God, but 2/3 were afraid, which means that they did not have enough faith in God to deliver them. They left. 2/3 of Israel's sons shall be cut off. 2/3 of Israel will not make it. Even though you're an Israelite, that don't guarantee you rights to the kingdom. You got to have faith in Christ, right? You have to keep the law, statutes, and commandments as they was written in the law of Moses, right? Is what it's saying. That's why I say it's a spiritual application to this as well, right? So watch this. But it gets even worse because now that you got narrowed down to 2/3, right? That left. Now you got 1/3. But now out of this 1/3, many are called, but few are chosen. Watch this, right? So now verse 4 reads, and the Lord said unto Gideon, the people are yet too many. Bring them down unto the water, and I will try them for thee there. God saying, look, it's still too many people. 10,000 too many people. Many are called, but few of them going to be chosen. Bring them down on here to the water, and I'm going to try them for you. You ain't got to lift a finger. I'm going to do it for you because you showed me you had faith in me by even going to go make this announcement. So you took one step, God going to take 2. Watch this. Verse 5 reads, so he brought down the people unto the water, and the Lord said unto Gideon, everyone that lappeth up the water with his tongue as a dog lappeth, him shalt thou set by himself. So he's saying, look, you all are Israelites. You all are a prince of God. You're a child of God. What?
No, I thought that was
Because
he's asleep. I was
telling
just
you
him
so,
to get up because he's asleep.
Oh.
No, it looked like you were telling her.
But yeah, so I hope not.
I was telling him to get up. I didn't know that. Get up my phone.
Okay. So what we're reading is this. God saying, look, you Israel. I surnamed you Israel. I changed your name from Jacob. Made you my son. You have dignity now. You're a dignitary. You got pride. You royalty. Don't be acting like you some peasant acting like you a heathen. You down here licking the water up like you a dog. Just imagine, son. You say, Dad, I'm thirsty. I say, dang, son, out of the cup's dirty. Grab that bowl right there and get you some water. And you stick your whole face in and you start licking it up like Bella. I'm looking at you and say, hey, what's wrong with you? You okay? Yeah, Dad, what the problem? Oh, wait a minute, son. You my son now. You ain't nobody out the street who don't know how to conduct themselves. That's what God's saying, right? So watch this. It says, likewise, reminder of verse 5. The end of verse 5 reads, likewise, everyone that bowed down upon his knee to drink, and the number of them that lapped, putting their hand to their mouth, were 300 men. But all the rest of the people bowed down upon their knees to drink water. Keep in mind, son, 300 men out of 10,000 that was left act like they had dignity. They carried themselves like men and not animals. You understand? So again, when we in here eating, we don't eat with our hands. If it's something that you use utensil with, you use utensil. You understand? This is, how we start to carry ourselves as men, right? This is how we conduct ourselves as men. Y'all don't leave out this out. You go to a job interview, son, you sharp. You do your research about the company before you go. You know for a fact that when you head in that interview, they ain't just interviewing you interviewing them too. You understand? This is what you're taught from day one. Versus just somebody going in the interview and you got street clothes on. Pants sagging, street clothes on. You wonder why you ain't got no job, man. You folks ain't hiring. You wonder why? Look how you presenting yourself to the world. Like an animal, like a thug, like somebody that's not teachable. You're unemployable. I will not hire you. You understand? This was being taught right here in this chapter. Verse 7 reads, and the Lord said unto Gideon, by the 300 men that lapped will I save you, and deliver the Midianites into thine hand, and let all the other people go, every man unto his place. God said, hey, I'm going to deliver a whole nation of people into your hand with 300 men. Keep in mind, son, you had 32,000 there, and God only chose 300. God don't need a lot. You got the Spirit of God on you. You finna see what finna happen with the power of God behind you as your protection. Watch this. Right? So it says, verse 8. So the people took vegetables in their hands and their trumpet, and he sent all the rest of Israel, every man unto his tent, and retained those 300 men, and the host of Midian was beneath him in the valley. And it came to pass the same night that the Lord said unto him, arise, get thee down unto the host, for I have delivered it into thine hands. Keep in mind, son, you walk out of the room, you make, hey, everybody want to come help me, man. I'm gonna build a whole apartment complex so we can have somewhere to stay. We're gonna have our own garden, our own stoves. We're gonna have our own pond so we could breed our own fish. We're gonna do it the right way, right? And 32,000 people show up. You're like, oh man, we're gonna get this. Well, I know we're gonna get it. Because it's a whole nother group of people, nation of people that's bidding on that same land. You're gonna did your research on it and everything. I know we're gonna get it. You start counting up how much each person will have to give so they can give it on the bare minimum to make sure we got enough and all that. You get it saying, hey, anybody scared? Go and leave. 22,000, I'm leave 2/3, I'm gone. I'm like, dang, what happened? And God tell you, look, I got a test. Give them the test right here. Everybody that failed the test, set them on, you let them go. All right, you get to count, like, I got 10,000 left. All right, get a shot at 10,300 on them. Might fail the test. I have over 9,000 more still here. You give them that test. God said, yeah. You like, all right, cool. You got to be them. God like, hey, everybody over there, send them home. You like, huh? Them? All that you leaving me with that? And you want me to go over there and do this? And just imagine if your life was on the line, you about to go to war. You got 10,000 men in the room, 10,000 y'all. It's 5,000 of them. You like, I mean, 20,000 of y'all at first. 32,000, my bad. 32,000 y'all at first. It's only 5,000 of them. Like, man, we're going to kick their butt. We got this, y'all. Come on. God, you stand, hey, who all afraid? 22,000. I'm leaving. Wait a minute. If God do a test, like, we still can get them because we got double their number. It's 10,000 of us, 5,000 of them. Pretty sure we're going to get them. God do a test, 9,700 of them sent home. No, 300 standing right here. You like, 300 against 5,000. No, bro, I don't know how we going to do that. I trust God, but Lord have mercy. Right? So, because we going to see that doubt comes in. And it's natural because we flesh. All right? Verse 10 reads, but if thou fear to go down with Pharaoh or Pharaoh, thy servant, down to the host. So he said, look, if you're scared to go down, take your servant down there with you. I got something for you. They're going to try to cheer you up a little bit. Keep in mind now, he's talking directly to God. God talking to him. Imagine God talking to you. God talking directly to you. God said, listen, if you're afraid, go down there with your cousin and then see if that'll help you out. You look at him, you got more trust in what he gonna tell you than what God just told you. You go on down there with him. Let's see what happens. Verse 11. And thou shalt hear what they say, and afterwards shall thine hands be strengthened to go down unto the host. Then went he down with Pharaoh, his servant, unto the outside of the armed men that were in the host. And the Midianites and the Amalekites and all the children of the east lay alone in the lake, in the valley like grasshoppers for multitude. So he said it was so many of them out there that they look like little grasshoppers. Yeah, well, that's what he's saying, right? It says, and their camels were without number. It was, man, they had so many camels you couldn't even number. That's how big the army was. As the sand by the sea side for multitude. And when Gideon was come, behold, there was a man that told a dream unto his fellow. So he said, look, it was a man standing there, and he telling him, I just had a dream, man. So now Gideon is able to overhear the dream that he's having, right? It says, and lo, a cake of barley bread tumbled into the host of Midian and came unto a tent and smote it that it fell and overthrew it that the tent lay alone. And his fellow answered and said, this is nothing else save the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. For into his hand have God delivered Midian and all the hosts. So he said, he basically interpreted the dream for the man. Gideon overheard it and he confirmed what God had already told him. But Gideon really doubted what God had said because the numbers had diminished. And so he had few in numbers. So therefore, he didn't fully understand what God was doing. So therefore, God confirmed what he had already told him through the mouth of men. I'm saying this because you'll be in a situation, son, where you'll have your plan out, and then you'll get a monkey wrench, throw it in your plan, and then you'll get a little discouraged. God will tell you, man, what you doing? Move forward. But you don't see your way forward. Somebody will come and say, hey, man, you real good at that, man. Like, that right there gonna go. They're gonna take you places. But that's God speaking through them to give you encouragement, to strengthen your hands so that you have the strength and the courage to proceed on. You understand? Again, understand this, that in order for a person to operate in courage, it has to be signs of a little bit of fear. It's all good to have a little fear. They don't have a lot. A lot will hold you back. A little have you cautious. There's a difference. All right. Encourage will have you to move forward in being cautious. Right. That's a safe space to be in. Verse 15 reads, and it was so when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and the interpretation thereof, that he whispered and returned into the host of Israel and said, arise, for the Lord has delivered into your hands the host of Midian. Right? So now again, here we see where the confirmation was given through the man or men to then show Gideon that it's not about numbers when you're dealing with God, right? Because you're operating within the protection of God. It all boils down to faith. But watch what this faith get you, right? So now, verse 16. And he divided the 300 men into three companies. And he put a trumpet in every man's hand with empty pitchers and lamps within the pitchers. So now, again, this is where he's using wisdom, right? So this is a leader that's over men that must use wisdom because he's outnumbered, right? The wisdom that God has given him on how to use these 300 men. So watch this, right? He says, verse 17, and he said unto them, look on me and do likewise. So again, remember I told you, in order for you to be in a position to teach, you must already be doing it to have the experience so that you could be an effective, efficient teacher. See, he said in about verse 17 says, and he said unto them, look on me and do likewise. So it's hard for us as men to be in positions to where we saying that we want to be leaders or business owners or husband over a wife and children, and we're not setting the example by what we're doing. It's hard for us as men to say we want our wife to submit to us, but we're not submitted unto God, unto Christ. All right. So now it says, and behold, when I came to the outside of the camp, it shall be that as I do, so shall ye do. As we follow Christ, who submitted himself to God, so shall your wife. As we follow the laws, statutes, and commandments that Christ gave to us through Moses, so shall everybody else do when we do these business endeavors with them. Y'all understand? We ain't got to believe the same, but we're all held to the same standard, right? Verse 18, when I blow with the trumpet, I and all that are with me, then blow ye the trumpets also on every side of all the camp, and say, the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. Right? Remember, I just told you the reason why God won't allow certain people to help y'all is because they won't give the glory to God. See, the sword of the Lord. That glory go to God, right? It says, and of Gideon. See, the credit go to you. See, they ain't gonna give God the credit. I mean, give God the glory and give you the credit. They're gonna try to take it for themselves. That's what God said. It's too many of them out here. If I send you down there, they're gonna take all the credit for themselves and all the glory for themselves. Then we're gonna happen. Man, send all them folks away. And the men that stay gonna give the glory to God and the credit to Gideon or the credit to you. This is what's going on, right? So verse 19 reads, so Gideon and the 100 men that were with him came unto the outside of the camp in the beginning of the middle watch, right? So what he's saying is that uh it was at the beginning of, so let's just say we're gonna break it down in three parts, 8-hour shifts, right? So you got 8-hour shifts, 24 hours in a day. So they say at the beginning of the middle watch. So we go from morning to noon, from noon to morning to evening, right? Evening to night, night shift to morning shift. So he's saying, look, at the end of the evening shift or the morning going into the evening, right? Then when we doing all this, right? So watch this. It says, uh, remainder of verse 19, the end of verse 19, it reads, and they had but newly set the watch. So they had just got there, right? So they just changed ships, right? It says, and again, we're reading strategy because you have to have knowledge, right? Then you have to apply the knowledge that's showing your wisdom. You see what I'm saying? But you already did this, so now you showing forth your experience, right? So now you can teach it. All right. So that's what we're seeing. It says, and they blew the trumpets and break the pitchers that were in their hands. And the three companies blew the trumpets and break the pitchers and held the lamps in their left hand and the trumpets in their right hands to blow with them. And they cried, the sword of the Lord and of Gideon. Watch this now. And they stood every man in his place round about the camp, and all the host ran and cried and fled. So remember, it's only 300 men. But this man is using wisdom, right? He's employing strategy. So his strategy was, look, the camp is down here. They surrounded. We can look down on them. So we're going to divide up in three different sections. 100 here, 100 here, 100 there. But now, when we get ready to do it, when y'all hear me do it, then y'all do it. So it's going to look like, it's going to sound like we way bigger than what we is. You see what I'm saying? Sound trouble. But if sound coming from every which way, it sound like these folks is closing in on us. They already know that our number is bigger than theirs from the size that they know our army is. But what they don't know is God done reduced our army. We're going to use this to our advantage. This is what he's saying, right? So now, verse 22, let's watch what happened, right? With verse 22, and it reads, and the 300 blew the trumpets, and the Lord set every man sword against him, against his fellow. So the 300 men blew their trumpet. And when they blew their trumpet, the men in Midian, which outnumbered the 300 men in Israel, they got scared. They were afraid. And they turned against themselves and started killing each other. This is what they're saying. The same way in business. When you understand how to conduct business, you can actually put yourself in a situation where you don't even have to compete for business. You'll understand how to use wisdom, use your experience, use your network to where you'll have everybody else competing, trying to partner up with you. They'll destroy what they got going on with themselves, trying to partner up with you just based off of the protection and the provision that you got from God. This is what I'm explaining to you. This is what we're reading, right? So watch this. It says, even what was it? Oh, verse 22, right? It says, even throughout all the hosts, and the host fled to Bethsaida in Zeratha, and to the border of Abimelech unto Tabath, right? So what we're reading is that you won't even have to lift a finger against your enemies if you obey what God is saying. You understand? And you're going to obey what God is saying because you're going to choose wisely, right? You're going to choose men that show forth dignity, right? Pride, right? Discipline. You understand? So now we got to go to, after you do this, right? Now it's going to be time to mobilize. We're going to go over to Zephaniah chapter 2. So as you're doing this, we got to understand you can't do this by yourself. If you all are having goals, dreams, and aspirations, excuse me, and you can accomplish them by yourself without the help of someone else, you're not dreaming big enough. Your goals aren't big enough, right? Your aspirations are too small. That's what that is, right? So you must understand that you must mobilize the people because you will be in a position of being a leader. You have to mobilize the people. You got to bring the people together, right? So watch this. We're going to start out Zephaniah chapter 2 and verse 1, and it reads, gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired. So again, we're in a situation where don't no other nations really want to do business with the so-called black man here in America. They don't. They want to keep us oppressed. Listen, If they do business with us, then who would they have to work for them? So their main objective is to keep you as a worker, not as a partner. That's not how this works. So with you all being leaders, you all are gonna know. No, what we're gonna do is we're gonna teach our fellow brethren what we know, so that we can gain allies, so that we can establish partnerships. Because all of us are in this together. They're not doing business with you just because your name, Steve. No, they're not doing business with you because of the content of the color of your skin. Understand that. They're only going to let you go up so far because you chose to keep the law, statutes, and commandments of God. You said that your soul don't have a price on it because it was already paid for with the blood of Jesus. So you can only go so far on your own. So therefore, you must get like-minded individuals, right? So now verse 2 reads, before the decree brings forth, before the day pass as the chaff, before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come unto you, right? Verse 3 reads, seek ye the Lord, all ye meek of the earth, right? So meek of the earth would be those that are theoretically humble, right? Don't mean you're a pushover, it just means that you're not an instigator. These are two different things, all right? So with that being said, it reads, hold on one second. Sir, go on to your mom, please and thank you. Appreciate it. Let me go to earth. Okay. The remainder of verse 3 reads, which have wrought his judgment, seek righteousness, seek meekness. It may be ye shall be hid in the day of the Lord's anger. Right? So again, when God sent out his judgment, if you seek righteousness, if you seek trying to keep the law, statutes, and commandments of God, then you'll put yourself in a situation where you're obtaining favor from God. Right? That's what it's going into. All right. So now we're going to go into you have to have the ability to delegate work according to qualification and not age. Right? You have to set age aside. Us is men that are called to be effective leaders. We're going to go to Ecclesiastes chapter 42. Us as men that are called to be effective leaders, we must understand that we cannot be a respecter of person. We cannot say, oh, just because you old enough, you deserve that position. Just because you've been in it long enough, you deserve that position. No, who's qualified that's best fit for to lead the people? That's who belongs in that position, right? So now we're going to go to Ecclesiastes, which is Sirach in the Apocrypha. We're going to go to chapter 42. We're going to go down to verse 8, right? And I'm telling you this because, again, you all are young men. You all are young men that are being molded to be leaders as young men. A lot of individuals will be threatened by your age, and your age that is coupled with wisdom. They will be threatened by it. But don't you worry about that, because you're going to read what you're instructed to do, right? Ecclesiastes chapter 42 and verse 8 reads, be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish, and the extreme age that contendeth with those that are young, right? So don't be afraid to tell these fight, man, you did that wrong. Remember, I teach y'all, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. So now, if you say it in a respectful way, then how can they come and say, I don't like the fact that you told me what I did was wrong if what they did was wrong? You let them take that up with God. You understand? But you remain respectful. All right? So it says, thus shalt thou be truly learned and approved of all men living. Eventually, you're going to be in a situation where everybody's going to have to respect your decision, because your wisdom is going to show forth. And they're going to say, hey, you know what? He know what he's talking about. Even though he might be younger than me, he know what he's talking about. Because if I don't listen to him, I'm going to have to suffer through this. I'm tired of suffering through that. I'd rather just listen to him even though he's young. Right? So now, in the midst of you mobilizing, you got to understand that you're going to pull the people together right? From the standpoint of understanding that our people are void of knowledge, wisdom, understanding, resources. Our people are void of networking, right? You're going to pull together the people together with understanding that it don't matter your age. It's what you qualify for. If you qualify to be in this position, you're going to be in this position. If you qualify to be a husband, you will be a husband. If you're qualified to be a wife, you will be a wife. If you're not qualified to be a husband, then don't ask God to send you a wife. Ask God to qualify you to be a husband so that he may grant you the authority to oversee a wife. This is what we need to be asking for. And if you're a wife, don't ask God, send me a husband. You ain't qualified to be a wife. No, ask God to make you to where you or teach you, humble you to where you're qualified to be a wife, and then He will appoint you your husband. This is how this goes, right? Because you always have daughters. You might have daughters. You got a sister. These conversations that you're gonna have to tell your sister one day, probably. Well, there he went wrong. He went wrong. You wrong. But this is you helping your sister become a godly woman. You understand? This is you helping your sister understand. Nah, he ain't no good for you. I don't know what you're doing with him, but you need to let him go on the block. You see what I'm saying? And she gonna, you my little brother, you can't tell me that. And then what you gonna read? Ecclesiastes chapter 42 and verse 8. I might be young, but what I'm telling you, is it wise? Am I giving you words of wisdom? Because 9 times out of 10, you see exactly what I'm saying, but you just choose to ignore it. And you go on about your day. You understand? Touch it, brother. McGray, can you do something here? All right. Now we got to understand this. We got to go into syndicating deals, right? So now, in the midst of understanding that we must syndicate deals, right? These deals that we syndicate is coming from the standpoint of us mobilizing. It's hard for us to syndicate deals and have a whole network when the people that we're looking to lean on don't have the means of obtaining the resources. We have the knowledge, but then we don't want to give them the knowledge so that they could be an asset to the network. No, it's a saying, it's a wise saying that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. So if a chain could bear 10,000 pounds, but the weakest link can only bear 1,000 pounds, the moment that it exceeds that 1,000 pound, that chain gonna break. So again, with you all being men that's grown to be leaders, you all will understand that you all will have to put yourselves in situations where you're willing to teach, where you're willing to be where you're willing to mobilize the people that are like-minded, so that you could syndicate deals. Go to Amos chapter 3, so you can see what I'm talking about, right? Go to Amos chapter 3, and then we're gonna go to verse 3, right? Because you got to understand, in the midst of us syndicating deals, you can't say, "Oh well, I want to buy this company right here because it's a sentimental purchase." You like, yeah, but that's a bad business deal. They're like, I don't care nothing about that. I want my half of the proceeds to go here. You like, man, listen, that's not a good business deal. It's better to get this. Now you can take your half after we do this and go get that. No, but they ain't gonna be on the table. See, now y'all you going separate ways. So watch this. Again, this is how you put yourself in a position to where you're building healthy relationships, even according to the Bible, right? So we're going to go over to Amos chapter 3, verse 3, and it reads, can two walk together except they be agreed? That's real simple. You try and go left and I'm trying to go right. Ain't no way we're going to be able to walk together. We're going in two separate directions. You trying to spend money and I'm trying to grow. We can't work together. You understand? You trying to be the lead and lead your family and guide your family in the right way according to what God say do, and your wife telling you, we ain't doing that. We gonna keep Christmas. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. No. Both of us can't be the leader. You can't be both of us can't be the captain. Somebody got to be the co-captain. When I'm over here asleep, at the captain, and I tell you, make sure that boat stay on that line right here to the GPS coordinates. Make sure it's that's your job. Your job ain't over here to compete with me. No, you stay over here. You chose me to be your leader. Well, trust your decision in choosing me. Because at this point, if you don't trust your decision and choosing me, that means you're a bad judge character. With me, I don't want you making no decisions anyway. I rather trust my decision because you said that you chose horribly when you chose me as a leader. Then hey, I don't know about your decision making. Then I rather just trust mine. You understand? This is what I'm explaining to you, right? So now we're gonna go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 4, right? Because now we got to understand that now as you understand and you start to weed out, those that are trying to accomplish the same goals as you, that you're gonna put yourself in a position to where you're gonna have strength in the numbers, right? So as you start to mobilize the people, bring the people together, right? Then you're gonna start to vet them out. You're gonna start saying, "Hey, wait a minute now. Because we came together. Now I mean we're gonna stay together, right? Just because we walking on this path together, that mean we're gonna continue going the same way. Now wait, I gotta prove, when we get up to this amount right here, what you gonna do with yours? Or you gonna take that trip over there you always wanted to take? Well, wait a minute. Now. How about you set that trip out for the next 2 years? Reinvest that over here into this, and when you reinvest that over here into this, then you will have the freedom to take that trip. I don't want to do that. You better not go in business with them. Cause they tell you right here up front. Hey, listen, I know you want to go on a shopping spree, but I want my family to be in a situation where we're financially free. So don't go on a shopping spree for your first 2 years. Take all this money right here, roll this over here so that we can pay down our mortgage. When we pay down our mortgage, we're going to have money left inside our house in the form of equity. We now become our own bank. I could tap into the equity that our house has gained because the data shows that the average home grows an average of 3 to 6% in uh, uh, revenue. I mean, not revenue, but cost year over year, which means that the value of this house is gonna grow 3 to 6%. So if our house costs 100,000, we ain't got to do nothing to it. We just gain $3,000 to $6,000 in equity just for paying a mortgage. So if you could make a sacrifice for 2 years, I will have X amount of dollars in equity in our house to go and do this. Now, when I go do this with this investment, it allow you to have the freedom to do that. Now, they be like, nah, I ain't trying to wait 2 years. I've been waiting all my life and I'm finna go do it now. Son, you better not marry that girl. I'm telling you right now, she's gonna be a headache to you. You understand? And I'm telling you because again, what Amy say, can two walk together unless they be agreed, right? Because again, you're going through and you're proving them, right? And you're gonna understand that once y'all she say, all right, you know what, you're right, that makes sense. Now you're gonna have the strength in numbers because you could take her credit, your credit, her income, your income, put all this together, turn this liability of a house into an asset so you can become your own bank to then leverage your equity to go invest in this business that's going to generate capital. See what I'm saying? To control assets. See, now it's strength in numbers, right? To where you could then teach this to your brother over here, sister over here, cousin over there, and then now everybody learning. Everybody getting disciplined. Everybody taking their income tax money that they getting lump sums from 10 people at $6,000 a piece put together in on a deal that's $60,000. Let's go get us a rental property and have an Airbnb. Now we're gonna show you how you can make $6,000 a month out for us coming together and we doing what is called syndication or syndicating a deal. It's strength in numbers, but we can't accomplish this if we don't both see eye to eye as to what the end goal is. You understand? Yes, sir. That's what this is. Because we can even say, you know what? You stay in an apartment, I stay in an apartment. How about we take our resources and put them together? I'm gonna teach you how to get your credit up, how to build up your credit, because I'm building up mine. And I'm gonna teach you how to leverage your credit and your income tax money. And then we're gonna go get a duplex. You stay on one side, I stay on one side. And then next year, we're gonna do the same thing. But next year, when we do it, we both gonna either rent both of them out, or we're gonna stay here and we're gonna stay in both of them in unit property one and rent both of them out in property two. Or You gonna go to property two, I'm gonna stay in property one, and we gonna rent the second units of both of them out. But the point that I'm making is this: it's still strength in numbers. You understand? And so I be telling you, like, it's hard for you, son, to try to accomplish something on your own when it's just you. No, teach them, because it's gonna come a point in time where you could lean on them after you teach them, right? So now we're gonna go to Ecclesiastes chapter 4 and verse 8, and it reads, "There is one alone, and there is not a second. Yea, he have neither child nor brother, yet is there no end of all his labor." See, when you by yourself, everything is predicated upon what you can do. See, this is why it's a whole gender war going on right now, because you have more so-called like wealthy, or should I say like Americans that's earning over the poverty line that are so-called Black Americans than you ever had, right? Because we have access to more resources, even during the time of the Renaissance. And I'm saying it this way because at the end of the day, if you get a wife and your wife is submissive to you and you know how to lead, then you could take your wife 80,000, even if you make 40. That's $120,000 coming into the household. If you say, look, we're gonna invest, 20% of this, they give us roughly about $25,000 to invest over here from our incomes, because we're not going to live beyond our means. This 25,000 is going to generate 40, 50, 60% return on investment. So 20,000 could make you 10,000, which got you 30,000, and you keep on growing just like that. So now you just took $120,000 total household income and turned it into 140, 160, $200,000 worth of total income, because now you're gaining assets that's generating revenue. This is passive income that you don't have to work for. So now you get to buy back more of your time, which means that you actually get to focus on doing more strategic investing in less time trading your time for money with working for someone else. You understand? That's what all this is going into, right? So now watch this. It says, "Yet is there no end of his labor," right? It says, neither is his eye satisfied with riches, neither saith he, "For whom do I labor and beweaver my soul of goods?" This is also vanity. Yea, it is a snare travail. So he's saying, man, I ain't got nobody to leave it to. It's just me by myself. And I'm saying it like that because you have a lot of men out here that's saying, yeah, I don't need no woman. Single mothers is this, single mothers are that. Man, we better off by ourselves. Because we got this. You got all that and you're going to die by yourself. You got all that and it's going to be handed over to the government. You got all that and you have nobody to assist you in your old age, right? That's what it's going into. All right. So now verse 9 reads, "Two are better than one, because they have a good reward of their labor." Right? That's what they're saying. Two gonna always be better than one, because you don't have to do everything by yourself on your own accord. So now, if I could get, $200 for 50% of the work versus you getting $200 for 100% of the work, it's a good trade to me. I'd rather do 50% of the work and get it 200, because you will be able to bring more resources to the table with that, which will increase the profit potential, or the potential to generate more revenue, because we're building each other up. That's what this is going into, right? It says, verse 10 reads, "For if they fall, the one will lift up his fellow. But woe to him that is alone when he fall, for he have not another to help him up." Again, you going to be by yourself. I'm telling you this, son, because again, you got to understand. I've started a business. Started a business back in 2014. It's 2024, which means that the business that I have been in existence for over 10 years, right? So now, understanding that, I'm telling you from a first-hand position that it is way harder to try to keep up a business, especially when you first starting out, solely based off of what you could do. It's way easier when you can say, you know what? Look, you handle that over here. I'm gonna handle this over here. We meet in the middle. It's way easy. All right. So now, verse 12 reads, and if one prevail against him, two shall withstand him, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken. Hmm? Oh, I ain't read 11. Okay, okay. Well, let's go back up to 11. Again, if two lie together, then they have heat. But how can one be warm alone? Well, that's self-explanatory. Like I said, you got a lot of people out here that's propagating this gender war. Women don't want men because they don't make enough. Men don't want women because they ain't submissive enough. Problem is this: is that it's easy to say that when you're young and you energetic. See, age is gonna come. Health will deteriorate. And in these moments where your body starts breaking down, you're gonna wish you had somebody over there and say, hey, look, I'm feeling a little under the weather. Can you go feed me something to eat? I'm feeling a little under the weather. And then they know exactly what to do and how to do it because you don't know the ailments that God might put on you. God might have you in a situation where you having episodes of seizures. And so at this point, at this moment, you got somebody that you with, that you invested in and grown with, and these people know you and they know certain signs about you. And they say, oh, you know what? Your face starting to twitch. Come here. You gotta have a seizure. See? You can't pay for that. Money can't buy that. Even a paid nurse going, hey, look, I gotta go home. My shift up. Soon as they leave, you get the seizure. Now what? You by yourself. Your money couldn't save you. This is what this is saying. See, then what this says. See, again, the Bible is teaching principles on how to sustain inside of this world, in this environment. You understand? Right? Because and I want you to understand something because it's a gender that's going on from a particular set people that's in positions of authority. Because as long as you're divided one with another, then you're not united. And as long as you're not united, you don't pull together resources. And as long as you don't pull together resources, you don't have a network. And if you don't have a network, you're doing everything predicated off of what you could solely do on your own, and you're overpaying for it. Right? All right. So now we're going to go down to verse 12. And if one prevail against him, two shall withstand him, and a threefold cord is not quickly broken. All right. So now again, you have strength in numbers, and you will understand that the more people that you have that's like-minded, just like you, the better off you are. Right. So now we're going to go over to John chapter 4. Right. Um, because in John chapter 4, right, we're going to go into understanding that don't be afraid to uh, build or plant seed in another man's garden, right? And what I'm saying is this: don't be afraid to invest in somebody else. It might not be your time. It might not be your time. As a leader, we must understand that it's okay to not feel threatened by other leaders. We can't. If it's your time, I'm gonna cheer you on like it was me. Hey man, you got it. Hey man, watch out. The left hook gonna knock you out. Duck. See? I ain't gonna sit back and be like, man, I ain't starting that. It ain't me. I ain't gonna cheer for him. Yeah, I see that left hook coming. I'm gonna knock him out too soon as he hit him. And then when he hit you and knock you out, I'm over there. Oh man, that messed up. He ain't have to sneak you like that. But I seen him. And then when I get up and I need help, I can't even come to you because you don't got knocked down so many times. You tired. See, this here what's going on inside of our community. Because we don't understand who the real enemy is. We don't understand that we're actually the prey. We don't understand it. We think we got it all figured out. We got it all together, and we don't. Right? So now, again, never be afraid to invest in somebody else. Never be afraid to take your little seeds right here and plant it in somebody else's garden. And a lot of us will have our seed in our hand and we won't plant it in their garden because we'll be like, nah, they're their garden. When the harvest comes, they ain't gonna want to give me none. Man, that's between them and God. Understand this, that if God puts you in a position to where you have seed to lend, then you have an abundance to where most people don't. Most people need the help that you are in a position to give. and you sitting up here looking at them saying, "No, they might not repay me." No, don't worry about that. That's not your decision to make. Because again, the heart of the king is in the hands of the Lord. You basically saying, telling God, like, I know you gonna make him not give back to me. Mm-mm, you don't do that. You don't shorten the hand of God. So now, John chapter 4 and verse 35, and it reads, "Say not ye, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh harvest." So he got Christ is saying, look, don't you say 4 more months, the harvest is gonna be here. I planted this seed, take 4 months to grow. It's gonna be here in 4 months. You say this, right? It says, "Behold, I say unto you, lift up your eyes and look on the fields, for they are white and all ready to harvest." Christ said, look, you up here talking about your heart, the harvest is gonna come in 4 months. You don't even realize the harvest is already here. As soon as you plant that seed over here and invest in them, help them with what they're doing, they gonna look at you and say, "Hey man, that was all right. That man ain't have to do that. Your harvest already here. You don't even know it. You don't even know it." Right? Verse 36, it reads, "And he that reapeth receive wages and gathereth fruit unto life eternal, that both he that soweth and he that reapeth may rejoice together." So Christ said, look, when you sow that seed over there to help him with what he got going on, when the harvest comes, both of y'all gonna rejoice together. Hey man, I appreciate you looking out for me over there at that time, man. I really needed that, man. You won't believe that the help that you gave me put me right here in this position. Boy, I did what I got now. Man, they're right here yours. You're like, what? Man, I needed a car too. My car just broke down. Hey, man, you had that car. Don't even worry about it. What? I can have it. Yeah, see? Now both of y'all rejoicing together because you put him in a position where his credit did not go down because his credit did not go down. It put him in a position where he leveraged his personal credit to back his business credit, and the dealership gave him $200,000 business credit to where he started his own business under Turo. And now he done started his own business under Turo. Now he has these cars as rental cars. And now these liabilities just got turned over into an asset. These cars that he got to pay a note on actually is generating enough money to pay for itself and put money in his pocket to where he now is in a position to where he got so many cars, it's time for him to upgrade his fleet. And he just give you a car because he was going to trade it in. See, both of y'all are rejoicing at the same time. But watch this, it gets more. It's more, right? So now, verse 30, 37, right? It reads, "And herein is that saying true, one soweth and another reap." Right? So here we see in Christ saying, look, one man gonna sow, but somebody else gonna reap, and that's okay. Right? Verse 38, "I sent you to reap that wherein ye bestoweth no labor." Christ said, I sent you to go eat from somewhere where you ain't even plant. You up here worried about what these folk got in their hand and what they gonna do with what you got when you don't even understand. You in the position that you in because I told you to go get something over here that you ain't even work for. That's how you in the position to even have an abundance of what you got. And you sitting up here worried about what the next man gonna do with what you got. When you ain't even understanding that you got what you got for free. That you ain't even work for it, right? So the end of verse 38 reads, "Other men labored, and ye are entered into their labors." Christ says somebody else worked for that, but you getting the credit for what they did as though you did it, or you getting the reward for what they did as though you did it. Right? That's what Christ saying. So now we're gonna go over to Matthew chapter 25, right? Because there's more to this. Again, do not be afraid to invest in somebody else. Don't be afraid to sow seed in somebody else's garden. Don't be afraid to invest in somebody else's dream. Don't be afraid, but you vet them first. You prove them first. You don't just give it to them. They come to you and say, "Yeah, man, I want to get open up a business, and I'm building spaceships to go to a moon. Go to the moon. I need $10,000 from." What? No, I'm on my item. I tell you what. Show me your business plan, right? Pull up a tenure so I can see the contingencies against times where you wouldn't make the proceeds. What you gonna do? What your backup plan is, and I'll be safer. I feel a little bit more safer than investing. Right now, man, let's get you. You use wisdom. I ain't saying you just give it to them just because you got it. What I am saying is that if you believe in a dream, you believe in them, don't be afraid to invest, right? First, Matthew chapter 25 and verse 24 reads, then he which had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I know thee, that thou art a hard man, reaping where thou hast not sown, and gathering where thou hast not gathered. Right? So Christ is saying, look, you're a hard man. Reaping, you looking to reap where you ain't even sold. You want me to go over there and take from these folks. You ain't sold into what they got. Keep in mind that we just read what Christ said. Some of y'all done got them reaped over here, but you ain't even did no labor. So to you on the outside looking in, you think that I'm telling you to go get some. Well, I ain't sold no seed. That ain't your business. You do what I told you to do. But watch this. It's more, right? Because it's a greater teaching in this, right? So now it says, verse 25, and it reads, and I was afraid and went and hid thy talent in the earth. Lo, there thou has that is thine. So what he's saying is this, man, look, I went and took your money and I hid it, man. I was scared. You know what I mean? So with that being said, man, like your money over there, that's yours. You're gonna get what's yours, and that's all. That's just right there yours. Why would Christ say that? Because again, we're talking about investing. We're talking about understanding that you know people are purposely doing certain things to us so that we can remain prey and they can remain in a predatory state. Right? Watch this. Verse 26 says, his Lord answered and said unto him, thou wicked and slothful servant. He said, you wicked and lazy servant. Thou knowest that I reap where I sow not, and gather where I have not sowed. I have not strawed. Thou oughtest therefore to have put my money to the exchangers. Watch this. You should have took my money to somebody that knew how to invest. Watch this. And then at my coming, I should have received mine own with usury. Christ said, I would have got my money back with interest. You should have taken it to somebody who knew what to do with it. And I would have got my money back with interest. Because if you read up above that, you'll see where he gave one servant 5 talents. He took the 5 and made 10. He gave one 2. He took the 2 and he made 5. Then he had took and gave him 1. He took it 1 and buried it. So what Christ ended up saying was, now we're gonna go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 22. What Christ ended up saying was that listen, oh no, we're not done. My bad. We're gonna go down to verse 20. My bad. We're not done. I apologize. Because he's gonna say it. I ain't even gotta say it. We're gonna read it. Right? So after he said, look, you should have took my money and gave it to those that know how to invest, so they could have made it grow interest, right? Because again, the powers that be, right, they're in a predatory state. They're not gonna tell us, look, instead of you going over here getting this thing right here that's a liability that's gonna keep you broke and enslaved to me, don't do that. Look, take your money and go over here and invest it. Take your money and all your brothers and sisters that's like-minded, y'all put y'all money together. Y'all pull y'all resources together. Y'all network together. And then y'all go buy the same thing that I'm overcharging you for. You ain't gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna teach us how to do this. Because if they teach us how to do this, then our kids will one day compete with their kids. They can't have that. See, it's harder for us to compete with them because they have an advantage. But see, if our kids learn what their kids know, and our kids come out the gate doing what their kids is doing, now the playing field is even. They can't teach us this stuff. That's why Christ said, nah, man, you should have took my money to them over there that know how to invest it. I already got some interest at least. If you ain't gonna double it, let me get my little interest. I don't care if it was 2% interest. It don't matter. Something better than that. This is what Christ is teaching, right? So now, verse 28, it says, uh, it says, verse 28, Matthew 25, verse 28, it reads, take therefore the talent from him and give it unto him which hath 10. So Christ said, look, man, take what he got. The little bit that he got, take it from him and give it to him that know how to multiply it. Take it or give it to him. He know what to do with it, right? Verse 29. For unto everyone that have shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that have not shall be taken away even that which he hath. So Christ said, look, if you know how to multiply what you got, God gonna keep on adding to it. But if you don't even know how to manage the little bit that you got, hey, bye, both of y'all go. 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 So, okay, well, how do you be in it? I gave you a choice. So what Christ is saying is that if you can't manage the little bit that you have, don't expect to get more. You can't take care of an apartment, but you asking God for a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house. No deal. You can't take care and keep up the upkeep on the Honda, and you want a Ferrari and a Jaguar. Mm-mm. No deal. You can't even be a submissive girlfriend, but you want the security and sanctity of a wife, the covering of a wife. No deal. No. You can't even take care of yourself, but you want to be you want your wife or a woman to submit to you as the leader, as the head, but you don't know how to lead. You can't even lead yourself. You have poor money management skills, poor time management skills. Your spiritual discernment ain't really where it should be, and uh, your work ethic is nowhere near where it should be as a leader, as a man to lead a nation. Your accountability is on everything and everybody else. Now, when we start to work on these things, God will put us in a position where He would then give us all the desires of our heart, because we will understand what David told Solomon. He said, "You be strong, you show yourself a man, and you keep the laws, statutes, commandments, and ordinances from that came to you from Moses. That whatsoever your hand touch, it shall prosper." This is what he told him, right? So now we're gonna go over to Ecclesiasticus. It's all right, chapter 22, verse 6. Because now within syndicating these deals and mobilizing and vetting candidates and us educating ourselves, with us doing all this, we can't do these things and then not protect it, right? Because again, we must understand that we have predators, and these predators look at us as prey. So they're in a position to try to take everything that we got, because they understand that our greatest resource to our children, outside of what we teach them, is what we leave them. They understand it. So if they can get their hands on it, then they're putting our children in a position to where they're at an economic disadvantage, right? Well, their children is starting out life at an economic advantage. Their children is able to tap into, vehicles of economics, or funds, resources, and networks that the great grandfather has established. Meanwhile, we're in positions inside of our nation of people to where the current middle generation have to help out the parents. And then they also have to provide for their children, which means that the middle generation has no room to even acquire resources or the network for the children, which is the next generation to come, because in a position to where they have to help the generation that came before them. And I'm not saying don't help, but what I am saying is that we need to put ourselves in positions to where we are educating ourselves to where after we get the education, we can retain the education, and that retention of the education have us to where we're knowledgeable, to where we can apply the knowledge, which would then turn over into wisdom, and wisdom will put us in a situation where we have experience, and through our experience now we become qualified teachers. So now us, the middle generation, could teach those that came before us so that they now are not codependent upon us, but interdependent. They're going to say, listen, I tell you what, I'm going to take my wisdom that I got from the age that I have and my life experiences that I've gained, and you put it with your energy, right? Or your network. And then you take your network and then you make sure it's set up for the generation that's coming behind you because they're going to have the energy. This is how this should go. Every other nation is doing it. Why we can't do it? Why we're being preyed upon? We're being stripped of all our resources, right? So now we must know that we have to protect all of our assets, and this is how you protect your assets, right? So we're going to go over to uh, Ecclesiasticus, right, which is Sirach, chapter 22 and verse 6, right? Wait a minute, hold on, let me get this correct. Is this? No, that's not right. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. That ain't right. Give me 1 second. Man, I'm gonna find it, right? Hold on. We'll just come back to it. I'll get it before the lesson over with. And we'll come back to it. Nope, that ain't it. Uh, yeah, that ain't it. I'm gonna find it. Oh yeah, I find it. All right, so basically, I'll explain it and then we'll go back and find the verse. So basically, man, when we doing business, right, we must protect it. So in that protection, we got to do business and put it on paper. All right. Now, in the midst of us doing business and putting it on paper, what I'm referring to is this: having proper documentation. With us having proper documentation, we now have the protection that we will need to then pass off to the next generation, right? Um, and secure it for the next generation. Understand this that the wealthy are those that are in positions to that's looking to obtain wealth or protect it. They will have trust funds set up, right? And these said trust funds is set up so that the privacy, which is anonymity, is maintained within the family's wealth, right? No one can bicker and argue and fight over what's written inside of an irrevocable trust, right? Because this is the the literature that's written that's going to govern the estate of my family after I'm gone, or your family after you're gone, right? This is the literature that's going to govern the estate of your family while you're yet alive, right? This is not a will. This is not a revocable trust. No, this is an irrevocable trust. And we, as men, are commanded, right? We're going to go ahead and go to Ecclesiasticus 18, right? Uh, Now, with that being said, we must put ourselves in a position to where we're acquiring this said wealth, protecting this said wealth through forms of, like I said, with trust funds, such as an irrevocable trust, businesses, LLCs, LTDs, uh, and corporations, right? Um, and understand this, that Walt Disney was able to acquire as much land as he acquired at the time where he acquired it for the price points in which he acquired it at, all simply because he purchased each property inside of a trust. No one knew that it was one single individual that was buying up all this land, right? So we must understand this. All right. So now, with that being said, until I find the scripture that goes into where we're commanded to do that, to do business on paper, put it on paper, right? We're just going to go over to Ecclesiastes 18, right? We're going to go down to verse 32 because we have to understand that certain individuals will, like, we don't want to put ourselves in situations where we're living beyond our means, right? You never want to live beyond your means. You never want to take, you got a lot of people out here that's taking trips and they cannot afford them. Like, you take a trip out of town, a vacation, and you knowing that these bills are occurring every month. You come back from that said vacation and you borrow funds to then take care of your bills. You shouldn't be doing that. You're stripping resources from the next generation. The same way resources were stripped from you. So again, we have to break this learned behavior, right? So watch what the Bible teaches. Ecclesiastes chapter 18 and verse 32, and it reads, um, take not pleasure in much good cheer, neither be tied to the expense thereof. So what it's saying is, don't take too much pleasure and always trying to have a good time. And don't always get caught up in thinking that the good time that you having is, oh, it's just, $100. That's just $200. Well, that's just $100 or $200 that you could have had to invest, right? Verse 33 reads, be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing. So again, it's saying, oh, wait a minute now. You went and had the time of your life. And because you had the time of your life over here doing this right here, you don't have to charge it to your credit card. Right? So now you got to borrow money to pay your bills. The Bible is spreading against this. It says, when thou hast nothing in thy purse, you didn't even have money to go on the trip before you even win. You knew that. You still went. You messed out your credit card, used all the money in your savings account, went on the trip. Then you got to beg and borrow to pay your light bill, water bill, gas bill, get back and forth to work. You shouldn't be doing that. You're stripping resources from the next generation. This is what's going on, right? It says, for thou shalt lie in wait for thine own life. You causing your own pain. Don't get mad at them people when they don't want to lend to you. Cause they got it. They got it. They know they can give it. No, they can't. You knew you ain't have it before you went on that trip. It ain't their fault that you broke. Learn better money management skills. Learn how to invest. Learn the difference between a liability and an asset. Maybe you need to do that. Right? It says, and be talked on. You mad at eight, man. Every time I turn around, man, don't get mad. And again, like, we're not talking about being in a situation or a position where you need help or assistance and you have discipline. No, we're talking about being in situations where you just balling, living the time of your life. You're always in club. You got the flies good on. You got the latest car. You got a newer pair of shoes. Hey, you got $2. I'll get me a Lucy real quick. What? I don't even smoke. And you want me to give you $2 to go get a cigarette? But you got on $200 pair of shoes. Yeah, okay. So again, be mindful of that because we don't want to be in a situation where we're living beyond our means or we're going in debt to try to have a good time, right? Now, me and your mama had a misunderstanding of me, right? Based off of uh, what the world would say. Even y'all did. I understand. Daddy cheap. He cheap. No, it's a difference, son. I'm frugal. There's a difference, okay? I'm frugal, right? Frugal means this. I would take my time and find the best deal for the best price. Being cheap is this. I'm just looking to save money no matter about the quality. It matters about the quality. I would just rather be patient and wait on that same thing that you just spent $200 on to go on sale for $75. I'm gonna get the same amount of enjoyment out of it. I don't care if I got it 2 years late. You ain't gonna be able to tell me I got it. Man, the day, the first day I got it, it new to me, and I paid $75 for it. You understand? There's a big difference, major difference, right? So again, understand, be frugal, not cheap, right? Even, I would rather be cheap than to be reckless with money. Because see, you being cheap is gonna put you in a situation where you can at least provide for your family. You understand? And again, these are lessons that you all are learning as young men, so that when you become grown men, you could then help out, those that are looking for that guidance, that knowledge, and that's okay. It's okay to give back. You're supposed to. You're supposed to pour down and get a little bit of it if you got to, but you don't give it all away. And what I'm talking about is knowledge, resources, network. And somebody just give you folks all your money. No, they got to prove that they're what they want. Oh, you want that? Okay, look, I tell you what. I'm gonna make a phone call, put you in their position with these folks over here, go do the work. Man, I just want you just give me $50. What? Nah, I get up every day and go work for mine. You want me to give it to you? No deal. Right? So now with that being said, right? And the reason why we don't want to just like live our best life now, because the next generation got to pay for it. Go over to Psalms chapter 13. The next generation got to pay for it when we out here living paycheck to paycheck like this, and we're not saving or investing or trying to educate ourselves to be in a better financial position. The next generation pay for it. You see, we're instructed to leave an inheritance for the next generation, right? So Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22 reads, "A good man leaving an inheritance to his children. Yes.
You said Psalm.
I said Psalms. I apologize. I meant Proverbs. Give you a chance to get that in. I said Psalms. Uh, it's a little late at night. I think I'm getting a little bit lethargic. You know what I'm saying? My mouth done got dry doing all this reading. What's up? Which one? Read? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's 13. Huh? Oh, it's right there. Proverbs 13:22. See it?
It's water.
Nah, that wasn't on the sailor. Like one of y'all to open that thing up. Took a squig or two out of it and just set it back right there. I'm okay. I just rather not drink it, so I'm cool. Matter of fact, thank all behind the tab top. Good and cold. All right. Proverbs chapter 13. I said Proverbs that time. Didn't I? Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22. Right? And it reads, "A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children." It's your great grandkids or your grandkids, right? It says, "And the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just." Again, once we start to understand that we are actually being preyed upon, we could then become educated and start to be and start to build up networks to where we can syndicate deals, to where all of the stuff that the wicked has done to oppress us and keep us, down economically, we can go and do the same thing they doing. Why we can't invest in these stocks? Every year, Apple come out with a new iPhone. Apple stock go up every year over year. I would rather own stock in Apple that I can leave to my kids than to buy my iPhone every year, $1,500, $2,000. Spend $1,500, $2,000. Let's just say you spend 2,000. Well, Yeah, we'll say you spend $2,000 every year, son, for 10 years. How much money is that?
20,000.
$20,000. Just imagine you 8 years old, right? Daddy, I want the new iPhone. Every year it come out. Please, please, please. And I said, you know what, son? I'm gonna give in to it. I'm gonna get it for you. $2,000. Cause how much they cost? $1,500, $2,000, depending on gigabytes and all that. Right? I just say $2,000. I spend $2,000 on an iPhone for you every year, son. From the age of 8 up to 18. You turn 18. You like, oh, Dad, you know, all the other kids at my school, they got a car when they turn 18 and graduated. Can I get a car? I'm gonna say, well, son, your car money got spent in them iPhone for the last 15 years. You gonna look at me and be like, what? How that happen? And I'm gonna start doing the math on for you. You gonna be like, well, why you just didn't buy me one iPhone and just save the rest of it and invest the rest of it for me? I would have wanted a car. My feet hurt. See what I'm saying? But again, this is where, you know, us as men, us as leaders have to make the best financial decision for our family as a whole. Sometimes I just say no, just because I don't want y'all to be in a situation to think that everything always just free to come to you. Or every time you ask for something, you just gotta do deal right here and it come. No, that ain't how life works. Sometimes you can make a sacrifice and you don't get no rewards, huh? And that's okay. It's all right. Understand that when you sowed that seed over there, you made that sacrifice, and that reward didn't come like you thought it would. You got a favor from God. God paid his favors. I know. I can call out a few, you know. So the point that I'm making is this, right? Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22, man. What it's saying is that in our community, man, we're not taught about life insurance. We're not. That's something that's unheard of. That's the plague. You life insurance? What, you about to die? What? Why I gotta die to talk about life insurance? Because after I die, now you gotta do fish fries to bury me. Don't nobody talk about that though. We'll be Israelites standing on the street corners preaching, thus says the Lord. Talking about you can have 10 wives and they got not one insurance policy. As soon as you die, all the kids, all the wives, they broke. Everybody broke. Ain't nobody got no money for that. Ain't nobody got nothing but the Bible that you had and the shirt on your back. That's all they got. Come on now. We talking about we leaders. You ain't no leader. Step to the side, sit down and learn, teach, look at the other nations. Inside, look at them. They've been established way longer than us. We fresh out of slavery, fresh out of Jim Crow. We ain't gonna play these games now. So now we understand that we as men must ensure ourselves so that our children are protected, our families are protected financially. You understand? Now, and I'm saying this because I know many sisters that end up in situations with brothers that don't mean them or their children no good after the father has died, because the sisters cannot afford to take care of the children on their own. The man is coming with some type of assistance, but the man is no leader for the children, no example for the children, no leader for the wife, none at all. But this is what these sisters are subjected to then settle for, because they need the financial assistance to help out with the financial support of the children. Because the men have failed them. The men get up, go out, preach, thus says the Lord, save everybody else, but fail their own family. Die right now today, and the family got to sit and send out fundraisers to every camp, Israelite camp in the community. Can you send a little something to bury brother so and so? Brother so and so said Esau was wicked. Brother so and so said it was the white man that was oppressing us. Well, right now it's brother so and so that's oppressing us. Because see, right now I got to take my little coins and pay my life insurance policy so that I can protect my family. Because I'm obligated to protect them first. And brother so and so should have stopped looking at who doing what and focus on what he wasn't doing for him and his family. This is my advice to brother so and so. You understand? Because it's my same advice to you and your brothers. You understand? Yeah. Protect yours first before you ever go to try to protect somebody else's. No, protect yours first. You say you love your wife and your kids so much. You out here doing the Lord's work, but now you die and they broke. So you know what it feel like when you get up and you can't change your pair of shoes? What that feel like? You got what, one pair of shoes school all year. I don't know no more, daddy. I don't even think I wear the same pair of shoes in a month. I don't even know, daddy. Yeah, you know what it feel like, son, to be in a situation where everybody at your school, they got cars, big old trucks and all that, and they ride good and all that. And they, you mid the boat one day and you gotta walk to school. It rained. And you walking, they spad water. You like, bro, I'm in front of the school building. You soaking wet. You ain't never experienced that. You probably don't forgot what it feel like to catch a school bus now. Dad, what car I'm taking? I feel like driving a truck. Man, please. Overprivileged. But the point I'm making is, son, is this. We're instructed as men to leave an inheritance that's large enough to support our children and our grandchildren, which means that the inheritance that we leave will be so large that it will give you, the generation that's coming straight from me, a financial assistance to where you could have the ability to then do the same. The inheritance will be so big to the point where it will leave enough to assist your kids to where you don't have to put 100% of your time, energy, and effort into trying to secure them, because you know daddy did it and you're gonna do it also. This is how we build generational wealth. Again, what I want y'all to do is I want y'all to take a page out of the book of the Rothschilds, because this is what they did. But see, us as Israelite men, we don't talk about this. We don't talk about how the wealthy got what they got. The wealthy got what they got because they understood Bible instruction. Meanwhile, we up here talking about we the people and we can't do something as simple as insure ourselves so that our kids aren't fatherless, poor, and broke. So that our wives aren't widowed, poor, and broke. But we talking about we men of the Lord. We talking about we following out the Christ. How? When we fed in our own family, we can't do that. We can't do that. You understand? And what puts you in a position to be able to afford that is not being reliant upon just a W-2 wage, or educate yourself enough to where you can earn more than minimum wage. You understand? Now watch this. What your check is for?
Saving.
Save. You can save your check. What job you work at? How you gonna pay your bills?
Oh, I thought you were talking about right now.
No, I'm talking about what are you taught your check is for? What's the purpose of your check?
Pay my bills.
Which is, what are you doing? You pay your bills.
Living.
You living?
Surviving.
Okay, you're surviving with your check. How do you get to the position to where you can live?
By investing.
Through your investments. You see? Again, you're being taught this. Like in our community, we're not being taught this, so we don't know this. So what happens is we end up in situations where we have children and we don't have the resources. So we struggle with raising our children. And when our children get older, we then still don't have the resources to help us through our old age. So now our children have to help us transition through life. You understand? So now when these chains get start to get broken, now we can all start to live. God said, I know the plans that I got for you, and it's not to hurt you or harm you. It's so that you can be prosperous, have life, and have life abundantly. Do what God said, but this is how we do it. You understand? This is how we do it. So now we're gonna move on, right? We're gonna go over to Deuteronomy chapter 26, right? Because we got to understand, in the midst of us doing these things, we got to understand how do we protect what we get in, what we bring in, right? Because I want you to understand something. It's never how much you make. It's always how much you can keep. How much can you keep? It's never how much you can make. I can make 100,000, and out of that 100,000, I pay so much in taxes. healthcare insurance, um, Social Security, which we not going, it's not even going to be available for us when we finally get there. Um, Living expenses and all that. And at the end of the day, out of me working 12 months out of the year, making $100,000, I might have $2,000 left in my bank account. Meanwhile, you got somebody over here that's making $40,000, $50,000 a year, and they can steady add to their savings account $2,000, $3,000 per year over year. So again, it's never how much you make; it's always uh, what you keep, right? So now, this is a strategy that the wealthy use to lower their taxable income that the Bible said to do first. Watch this. This is Deuteronomy, right? Chapter 26, and we're going to start at verse 12. It says, when thou hast made an end of tithing all the tithes of thine increase, the third year, which is the year of tithing, and has given it unto the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled. Right? Verse 13. Then thou shalt say before the Lord God, the Lord thy God, I have brought away the hollow things out of mine house, and also have given them unto the Levite, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all thy commandments, which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, neither have I forgotten. Right? So what we're seeing is we're seeing something that is called uh charity, donating, right? So now watch this. This is how we network. This is how we syndicate and become like a unit, right? You could start a nonprofit organization, son. Your nonprofit organization could then help out the communities that's inside of our community. I could be a successful business owner. Instead of me paying 30% to the government in taxes, I could take a portion of my money that I make that I was going to have to pay taxes on and donate it to your nonprofit organization. When I give it to your nonprofit organization, the funds that I'm giving to you lower my taxable income. Now, let's say I make 100,000. I'm no longer taxed on 100,000. Or I gross 100,000. I'm no longer taxed on 100,000, right? I'm only taxed on what I net, right? So now watch this. If I take a portion of what I make, a percentage of what I make, and I give it over here to charity, this charitable organization is helping out my community, our community. You then take the proceeds, the money that I gave to you to then help our community. You might say, look, we're gonna use the money that you gave us over here from your business, and we're gonna help single parent mothers get houses because we help them rebuild their credit. We help them with down payments on the first house that they get so that they can now start ownership. We could buy back our own community. But see, instead of me paying the money to the government, I gave it to a nonprofit organization that's spearing the upkeep and the building of our community. See, this is me paying tithes in the form of being charitable. This is what they do. They pay tithes to a charitable event that they could benefit from later on. You understand? The same way that how politics works. If I'm a major corporation and I want to buy a lobbyist, which is a politician, and I want to buy a lobbyist, what I do is I can't just give him the money. That's illegal. Hey man, look, I see you like that charitable organization over there. Yeah, okay. I'll tell you what, man, make $100,000, donation to that charity. I got you. I'm gonna pass that bill for you. All right, cool. Drop $100,000 in that charity over there. But what you don't understand is that this charity brought this house that this politician stay in. That politicians don't own their house. The charity owns the house. But the major corporation that needed that bill passed gave a donation to this charity, which was a tax write-off for them. So they took money from the government that should have went to the government in the form of taxes, put it over here in this nonprofit organization to buy this politician to keep you enslaved, to keep you a prey, because they are the predators. You understand how this stuff works? And all this stuff is theoretically legal when we do it on the standpoint of what the tax codes say, because we understand what the tax codes say, right? So now we're gonna move over to First Peter chapter 4 and verse 8. Right? First Peter chapter 4, and we're going to verse 8, right? Now watch this, because again, it's a little word play in here, right? Watch this. Because again, they're getting this, their ideology, their structure, they get all this from the Bible. I can show you the whole economic structure of America and how the world has the economic structure set up in the Bible. I can show it to you, right? So now we're gonna read First Peter chapter 4 and verse 8, and it reads, above all things, have fervent charity among yourselves, for charity shall cover the multitude of sins. So what it's saying is this. See, in this Bible verse, charity is love. See, your pastor say, hey, get a pastor a love offering. That's what they call it in church, a love offering, right? Show me some love, man. Give me some love. See, this is what we say in the street. Give me some love. I ain't saying give me a hug. Most is, man, shoot me some. Give me some love. See what I'm saying? This again, we talking lingo. We talking understanding terminology. So now, charity covers a multitude of sins. You got many people out here right now that committing some of the heinous crimes, right? The crimes that they committing, it's hard for you to know because they doing all this public charity. They showing all this love in the public. But behind the scenes, they the most devilish people. They kidnapping your children. They falsely putting the brothers and sisters in jail. They raising taxes. These folks is buying houses in our neighborhoods just to jack up the value of the house, pull the equity out the house, and let the house go into bankruptcy. Foreclosure, and get the house back to the bank. The bank is not paying taxes on government-owned property. The bank is considered a government extension. So ain't no property taxes being paid on this house. And since ain't no property taxes being paid on this house, the schools are now underfunded in this neighborhood. So now our people are in a situation where we have a subpar standard level of education. And this is based off of individuals that's outside of our ethnic group coming into our neighborhoods, buying houses, valuing these houses, pulling the equity out of these houses, and then leaving them to the bank because they're the predators and we're the prey, right? So now we're going to go over to Proverbs chapter 3. Go over to Proverbs chapter 3. We're going to go to verse 9. Right? Because we got to understand, we have to put ourselves in a situation where we could understand what it is that they're doing and develop a defense against it, right? So now Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 9 says, honor the Lord thy God, honor the Lord with thy substance and with the first fruits of all thine increase, right? So again, God is saying, look, put him first. God say, when you get your money come in, you don't pay Uncle Sam first. You straight him out first. This is what God's saying. Verse 10. This is why. It says, so shall thy barns be filled with plenty, and thy presses shall burst out with new wine. Now watch this. You got a lot of people that's in situations where the money that they had last year is the same amount of money that they got this year. They can't even grow. You got those that put God first and do thus says the Lord. And it's like, look, man, that brother over there doing well. How's he doing well? Well, God just told you. We're going to go over to Leviticus chapter 5. God just told you in his word how you gonna do well. He said he gonna bless you. You're gonna have an abundance of it. We're going to Leviticus chapter 5, verse 15. Right? Because we got to understand something, right? Because even when we just read what we just read, right? Showing how charity could equate over to, the money aspect, covering of your sins, so forth and so on. Let's read this, right? Because we're going to, you know, dive into it a little bit more. Leviticus chapter 5, verse 15, and it reads, if a soul commit a trespass and sin through ignorance in the holy things of the Lord, then he shall bring forth his trespass unto the Lord, a ram without blemish out of the flocks, with thy estimation by shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. Right? Verse 16. And he shall make amends for the harm that he hath done in the holy thing, and shall add the fifth part thereto, and give it unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. Right? So here we see that a certain amount of money is being paid and the animal. Right? Again, show me some love, man. See, the love offering. Right? So now, let's go on down. We at the end, y'all. Y'all made it to the end. So now we got to understand this, right? After we educate ourselves, right? After we start, watching people around us and proving people around us, and then we start to mobilize and come together, right? Then we're gonna start. After we start coming together, we're gonna start syndicating deals, to break up out of poverty, right? Once we break up out of poverty, we're gonna be in a position where we can now be providers to our own people, whether it be security, economics, right, leadership, resources. We could literally become our own substance, right? But this is how we do it, right? And in the midst of this, the prey, right, will no longer be the prey. But the predator is not going to want to just, roll over easily. That's not how this works, right? Because what happens is, this is where you have the real institution of a nation. This is where nations start to make a real impact, like among themselves. Because in this moment, this is how we become self-sufficient, right? And again, they're not going to be willing to just roll over easily, right? This is where it would be forcefully taken. It don't have to be violent, but it just means that it has to be forcefully taken. Like they're not going to just give it, right? So in certain instances, we might have to pull what is called a coup d'état, right? You know what a coup d'état is, or a coup? Look it up. I was gonna tell you. I ain't gonna tell you. I'm gonna let you look it up. While you looking that up, son, we're gonna go over to Psalm chapter 34. While you looking that up, it's coup d'état, huh? I know I'm finna tell them. It's coup d'état. It's Ku. Oh, you got it. Oh, yeah, but cool. Yeah. What is that? What's the definition?
A sudden, violent, and unlawful seizure of power from a government or means a coup.
Yeah, a sudden seizure of power from the government. Because we have to understand who the predator is and who's the prey, right? Understand that we have individuals that came before us, such as Marcus Garvey. Same thing Marcus Garvey was talking about. Marcus Garvey was saying we can have our own import export businesses, to where we control, uh, commodity, right? Once we control commodity, we control prices, right? So we're going to go over to Psalms chapter 34 and verse 9. Because in order for this coup d'etat, right, to take place, protection has to be given. You have to operate in a realm of protection, and these actions must be sanctioned. If you do this on your own accord, you will fail. You must understand that we must be without spot or blemish, or God will not be with us. And if we want God with us, then we have to do thus says the Lord, right? So we're going to go over to Psalm chapter 34 and verse 9, right? Watch this. It says, "Oh, fear the Lord, ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him." Right? So as long as we fear God, we won't want. We ain't gonna lack nothing, right? We're gonna go over to Exodus chapter 17, right? Because we gotta understand, man, during these times where our children will then have resources, we become a threat, right? But how you combat that threat is through proper planning. And how we properly plan is through understanding how to acquire assets, for one, understand how to protect assets, for two, and three, and most importantly, understanding how to teach those that are coming behind us how to preserve these said assets, right? This is how we do this. Uh, and everything is being taught from a Bible, biblical, God inspired perspective, right? Uh, we're gonna go over to Exodus chapter 17 and verse 14, because we got to understand that they're not gonna just give this over like this. God already commanded certain things to happen. This ain't me just saying this. This is me preparing us to be in a position to where if they then come at the heads, us men, that they got to deal with those that coming behind us because we're teaching them. We're teaching them the right way. You can't touch the assets when this man say, "I want to go buy this TV station because it's up for sale." Now you bring up these false accusations of rape, and that you strip me of all my resources because it's tied in my name, and you know how much my net worth is. So now I have to pay everything that I own over to legal fees just so that I don't spend the rest of my life in jail, just for these allegations to then be proven to be false. But I don't get none of my money back. But then I still don't have the resources that I once had to then buy this network that I was going to give to my people. This is what happened. But then we so ignorant as a people. We like, "Hey, he did it. He did it." And again, I'm not saying that those that were truly victims wasn't victimized. But what I am saying is that certain allegations came out to be false, and this man still had to spend all his money. And these allegations did not come out before he said he wanted to purchase a certain TV station and let this TV station really be for so-called black media, to portray good family structure, to show a man in a household strong, and show a woman that's in support of her man, and the kids being obedient, and this man then believing in his God without the influence or infrastructure of any type of homosexuality, any type of single parent households, any type of situation where the woman is warring against the man. Yeah, see, we don't talk about this in our neighborhood, in our community, because we don't protect one another. We don't even have the resources or the means to protect each other. Hell, we barely can protect ourselves. Like I just said earlier, we can't even protect our own family if we die. So how dare you go speak against the government knowing that you can lose your life? No, you ain't gonna do that because I know insurance that left for your kids, for your wife. So you dare not gonna do that. Yeah. So your butt stop at just going on the street corner, saying what you say, but ain't nobody gonna do no real work. We seen it. We had the example that laid out before us. We seen brothers march in the Capitol with assault rifles, so much so they had to change the laws. We seen it. These brothers were ready to lay down their life. The sad part about it is this: those brothers still wasn't insured. So when these brothers died, the movement was not funded. You think these police would have went out and killed them brothers if they knew these brothers had multi-million-dollar insurance policies on them that was going to be funded out straight to the trust fund. And the trust fund is going to pay funds to fund our movement. They would have locked them up before they killed them. You worth more to them alive than dead in that situation. But see, when you ain't insured to fund the movement and you a voice of the people, you worth more to them dead than alive. But we reading this from the Bible though. So now we're gonna go over to Psalm chapter 17, verse 14, because we gotta understand that these things that I'm saying is already sanctioned from God. So I'm no Exodus. I apologize. Exodus chapter 17, verse 14, and it reads, And the Lord said unto Moses, write this for a memorial in the book. God said, you remember, write this down so the children of Israel will remember this. Put it in the book. The book that he told to put it in is called the Bible. Watch this. And rehearse it, meaning, hey, recite this, say this. Make sure they don't forget this. It in the ears of Joshua. For I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens or under heaven. Right? So here we see God saying He gonna destroy a whole nation. A whole nation. We're gonna go over to Psalm 1 Samuel chapter 15. We see what God said He destroyed the whole nation. Right? But we gotta see why. 1 Samuel chapter 15. We're gonna start at verse 1. Because a lot of people be like, man, them black Hebrew Israelites, they be talking crazy about it. No, God said this in the Bible. We just read what God told Moses to write this down and make sure you tell Joshua. And Joshua gonna make sure that the children of Israel remember this. So when we came in a position of power, where we was actually able to fulfill that commandment that God gave, let's see how we carried this out. Let's see if we did like like God said to do, right? This is 1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 1, and it reads, Samuel also said to Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of God, of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not. But surely, watch this. This is God saying this is the inspired word of God. If you're a Christian, you cannot object to what's about to be read. But slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, little bitty born, newborn babies, ox and sheep, camel and ass. Kill everything. Don't leave nothing alive. God said, wipe out the whole entire nation. They gone. Understand this? Israel couldn't do it at that time when they were destitute and broke, powerless. As soon as Israel got in the position where we had a king, we had providences, we had allies, God said, wipe them out. Take them off the face of the earth. Verse 4 reads, and Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Talmon, 200,000 footmen and 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. And Saul said unto Kenites, unto the Kenites, go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel. Again, allies. When they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havan until thou comest to Shur, that is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. So the Bible says Saul killed everything but the king. But was he commanded to leave the king alive? We're about to read on and see what else was left. Verse 9. But Saul and the people spared Agag and the best of the sheep and of the oxen and of the fatlings and of the lamb and all that was good, and would not utterly destroy them, but very But everything that was vile and refuse, um, that they destroyed utterly. So what he's saying is, what was recorded in Samuel was these folk start trying to keep stuff. They had a spirit of covetousness. They already had this stuff of their own. Why you over here coveting these folks stuff? God said destroy everything, and he said it for a reason. See, understand this. In war, you have unwritten rules. And one of these unwritten rules is this: a grieving child will one day become a vengeful adult. So you have a lot of people that say, I don't do it to the children. They did it to us. And I'm not saying murder. What I'm saying is they came into our neighborhoods. They put the uh, churches in our neighborhoods. They put the liquor stores in our neighborhoods, right? And after they did this, they took and they told us to take all our money and put it in the church. They said to tell the pastor, to tell the people that God said to give all the money to the church. But after you give all the money to the church, when you need something from the church is to instruct it to tell the people to then pray to God. But you told me God said give all the money to the church, and then you want me to pray to God for my help and my deliverance when the church is supposed to reciprocate this back to the people. But wait, it's more. See, the church didn't take the money and put it over here into the bank. The banks are now being funded on what is called fractional lending. Fractional lending allows the bank to loan 10-to-1 ratio. So for every dollar that the church put in from the tithes that the people pay, the banks now can come back and loan investors $10 for every $1 that's put into the bank of your money that you paid in tithes. These investors are doing deals where they're syndicating, pulling their resources together to come buy up all our houses in our neighborhoods, raise up the value of the houses in our neighborhoods, and then the property taxes go up, or the value of our houses go up in our neighborhood. The property taxes go up in our neighborhood. The homeowners insurance go up in our neighborhood. And in the midst of all this happening, we can no longer afford the mortgages in our own neighborhood. This is called gentrification. But before you had gentrification, you had what was called redlining. I want y'all to understand this, right? The government said that you cannot give a loan to a person based off of the color of their skin, right? So-called race. Right? Before the government put this in law, you had something that was called redlining. The banks, financial institutions said, we're going to draw a line on the map. This line that we draw on the map, everything below this line, you could you could give money to black people to fund businesses and home ownership. Everything above this line, don't give it to them. So you, being a black man in America, try to move over here to this particular type of neighborhood, cannot buy a house in this neighborhood. It went so far as to, I want you to understand this. In Chicago, these people had it in their deeds when the house was first built and the deeds were orchestrated. You could sell this house to anybody but a black man. It was written in the deed to the house. I want you to understand what y'all are up against. So when y'all understand what y'all up against, you now know how to prepare for it. You now know how to not be a prey. You now know how the predator thinks. And once you know how he thinks, he no longer have power over you. Y'all understand?
Yes, sir.
And this is extremely important because, like I just said, this is what they were doing. So I'm not saying go out and be violent, but what I am saying is understand you are at war. You are at an economic war. You are at a war of education. You are at a war of power. You are at a war of family structure. You are at a war of order. This is the war that has been invoked upon our families, our communities. And when we understand this, we now know how to adequately protect ourselves against it, right? So now we're going to finish reading. Verse 10, right? And it reads, Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, I repent. God said, man, I changed my mind about the one the king over Israel, man. I changed my mind, man. I don't know about him. Verse 11 say, I repent. I mean, it repent me that I have set up Saul to be king. For he is turned back from following me. He ain't following me. We seen what the first king did. Gideon said, oh, kill everybody. We going down there. God said, because you listen to me, you ain't got to lift your sword. Saul, over here, you got all these men. Go kill everybody. Saul said, man, look, we're going to leave your life you the king. Y'all take all the good stuff. God said, kill everything. Don't leave nothing standing. I want you to kill everything. Don't leave nothing standing. So when the other nations see, they fear. And when they fear, they respect. When they respect, your life is not in danger. But because you didn't kill everything, they don't fear. Because they don't fear, they don't respect. Because they don't respect, your life in danger. So when you leave out the house as a young black man in America, and you drive into the park, and you fit the description, they don't respect you as a man first. They don't respect you as a human being. And we're reading why. We reading why? Because our king turned his back against the Lord to follow out a commandment that was given to Moses to tell Joshua to make sure that we did it when we got in a position of power. You understand? So now it says, and have not performed my commandments, that it grieved Samuel. And he cried unto the Lord all night. Because again, Samuel like, man, look, man, I like Saul. I like him. You saying you don't want to be king over Israel, man, that hurt my heart. Yeah. And we going to be the same way. I like so-and-so. You telling me that I got to compete with them? Son, the rules already set. The game was already being played. You didn't even know you were playing. Now you understand the rules. You now can play on the fair playing field. It ain't to say you be disrespectful. It's just to say you be competitive. You don't make excuses. All right. So, verse 12 say, and when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul come to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is gone about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, blessed be thou of the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. He said, yeah, man, bless God. I did what he said do. God just told Samuel, you ain't did. What are you talking about? Right? So, verse 15, and Samuel said, I'm doing it now. Oh, 14. And Samuel said, what meaneth then this bleating of the sheep in mine ear, and the lowing of the oxen which I hear? So he's saying, hey, if you did what God said, why am I hearing sheep and oxen? I don't supposed to be hearing nothing. Everything supposed to die. Right? Verse 15. And Saul said, they have brought them from the Amalekites. For the people spared the best of the sheep and of the oxen to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God. And the rest we have utterly destroyed. So Saul, the king, said, hey, look, man, the people wanted to take the best of it, sacrifice it to God. God said, no, their things aren't worthy of my acceptance for their sacrifices. I desire the goodly things, the pure things. And them, I don't accept. God said, kill everything. He meant that. You understand? If God tell you, son, listen, go over there and buy that business. Buy that business and put that business like this. Son, go. Buy. Now, please, thank you. Buy that business, and I need you to do this, this, and this to it. And when you do all these things to it, I want you then to take and make this to where it's for your people. You understand? And when you make it for your people, make sure that it's affordable. It's affordable for your people. You can't say, well, God, what about so and so in that nation? So and so in that nation got his place. So and so in that nation got his blessing. But I need you to do this for you and your people. You understand? Son, I need you to start this business over here. I need because you have the resources, the knowledge, the network. I need you to start this business, bring this idea over here to your community. So that your community could have resources. Do it. This is what God is saying. Don't say well God really, I put it over there in their neighborhood because it was gonna get me more money, and then I'm gonna just pay, I'm gonna get the church a little bit more money over here in my neighborhood. No, I didn't tell you to do that. I told you to build that over here in your own neighborhood. This is what God is saying right now. An example of what he would be saying anyway, right? Verse 16 says, Then Samuel said unto Saul, Stay, and I will tell you, I will tell thee what the Lord have said to me this night. And he said unto him, Say on. And Samuel said, Now he finna give him his pedigree, right? Finna give him a whole background. And Samuel said, When thou wast little in thine own sight, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel? He said, Look, when you weren't nothing, God made you everything you is. When you weren't that. Verse 18. And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, Go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. He said, Look, man, God told you to go kill everything over there. And don't quit till everything dead. Verse 19. Wherefore, then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord, but didst fly upon the spoil, and didst evil in the sight of the Lord. So why you listen to God? Verse 20. And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of the Amalek, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took, here we go, a leader must always be accountable for those that follow him. That's why in the beginning of the lesson, we went over understanding that if they're not teachable, don't do business with them. Don't make covenants with them, right? If they can't respect the chain of commandment, don't do business with them. Don't make covenants with them because of what we're about to read. They have to be able to deal in honest business dealings, right? So, verse 21 reads, But the people took of the spoils sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which should have been utterly destroyed, to sacrifice unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal. Gilgal. Samuel saying, What? I just told you God said destroy everything. You won't try to come back and tell me that you, the king, listen to the people. And you done kept it talking about you want to sacrifice it to God when God never asked for that. But watch this. You got to understand, if you're a leader, every decision that's made, son, in your household falls on your shoulder. Remember we read how the tent opened up because the men made a decision, the wife, the children, and the men died. Everybody had to die. Because again, that's another example. Even in Israel, when God say the man did something wrong that it could affect the whole family, he's saying that because if he killed a man and the man got children, then that son will grow up and the son will try to avenge the father. Because again, a grieving son has the potential to be a vengeful adult. Like we're gonna read this because we're instructed on certain things like this, right? So now, right, verse 22. And Samuel said, Have the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? So he's saying that you think God want you to sacrifice to him for him, or you think he wants you to obey what he tell you? Of course, God wants you to obey what he say. Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of rams. So he's saying, look, it's better for you to obey and listen to what God's saying than for you to say, God ain't gonna build it. I'm not gonna start this business in the neighborhood of my people because I won't generate as much revenue. I'm gonna start this business over here in that uh, uh, nation or that neighborhood because they're gonna spend more money with me. But I'm gonna just pay tithes over here in my neighborhood. God ain't tell you to do that. God don't need you to pay tithes to him and his church, his people. God needs you to bring the resources to his people through your obedience. That's what he needs. Right? Watch this, verse 23. For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and the stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, he hath rejected thee from being king. So, what Samuel is telling Saul, God required you to be obedient. He didn't ask you to make no sacrifices to him. And because you wasn't obedient, you now thinking that your sacrifices that you trying to make is gonna cover what you did not do, and it ain't. Right? So now we're gonna go over to uh Ecclesiastes chapter 4, right? Because we got to understand that these nations that are in a predatory state over us are not going to be willing to just roll over and let their heirs be equal with us. We see that, through slavery. We seen it within the Civil War. We seen that even in Psalms 83, it said that the whole world basically came together under one banner and said, we're going to cut uh, the nation of Israel off from being a nation. Like people ain't even gonna know that the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans that are here in America are really the true Israelites. So now when we say this, people laugh at us like we're marking stock because they think that the people over there in Jerusalem are the real Israelites. And they think that we come from the seed of Ham. Like we're a cursed nation. This is what they think. This is what's in their minds when we say what we say. Right? So now we got to understand that we must put ourselves in positions to where we're preparing for war, we're preparing for battle, even if it's an economic battle, a battle of power structure that's going to change. Because the Bible already predicted this. God already said it was going to happen. We spoiled the Egyptians when we came out. When we left Egypt, we left with all of their gold, silver, riches, the goodly things. We went into the promised land. We went in. God sent hornets in before we went. We went in and food was still cooking on the stove. We walked into houses already furnished. This ain't that new. Everything that I'm saying is supported through Bible prophecy or history. And then it's foretold again through Bible prophecy. Right? So now we got to understand that we must put our children into positions where they could take advantage, right? Because the things that we suffered to get, it would be them that's able to take advantage of it, right? So now we're going to go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 4, right? In verse 13, and it reads, better is a poor and wise child than an old and foolish king, who will no more be admonished. For out of prison he cometh to reign. Whereas also he that is born in his kingdom becometh poor. So again, our children had to endure us being in a poor state. But as long as we teach them, thus says the Lord, God will basically bestow upon them the wisdom that they will need to be able to sustain and have a life and have it more abundantly here, even in America. And the ones that's in a predatory state over us would then have to turn and submit to us. It's already Bible prophecy. Verse 15 reads, I considered all the living which walk under the sun, with the second child that shall stand up in his stead. Right? So again, we must understand that it might not be us that's able to partake in our sacrifices. Sacrifices will be made from us for our children, right? So we're finna go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 30. Ecclesiastes chapter 30. I'm sorry. Son, go. Please go. Go. Thank you. We're going to go over to Ecclesiastes chapter 30. And we're going to start at Ecclesiastes chapter 30 and verse 1. All right. Because again, I want y'all to understand something. Um, we have to invest in our children, our seed, our family. And the reason for this is because we have to put our children in a position to where they're not uh, preyed upon. We're leaving them resources, educations, and a network that will put them in a position to where they could actually have a fighting chance, right? So again, I understand this that even me saying what I'm saying basically put a threat and a target on the generation to come for all of those that are in a predatory state. I understand that me saying what I'm saying right now puts my life in danger. The thing about it is that if my life is then put in danger, certain things will automatically be invoked. Trust funds, life insurance policies, right? Certain levels of networks that's already been established before this particular video was even made was automatically just fall into place. So it's really one of them situations where I'm not saying that the money will solve the problems, but the Bible do say money do solve a lot of problems. Protection do solve a lot of problems. Education do solve a lot of problems, right? Wisdom, experience do solve a lot of problems. Networking with each other do solve a lot of problems. And the point that I'm making is that even though my life might be in danger, I do have those that are considered to be progenitors, right? So now we're going to go to Ecclesiastes chapter 30. We're going to start at verse 1 because you, son, you must understand that you have a duty to fulfill. And this duty ain't coming from me, it's coming from God. We just read where God told Moses to tell Joshua what to do concerning the Amalekites. Then we had a situation where Saul was supposed to carry out what God told Moses. So again, we talking about those that came down the lineage that was supposed to come back and then fulfill what was already said. So now watch this. This is Ecclesiastes, Sirach, and Apocrypha, chapter 30. We're going to start at verse 1, and it reads, He that loveth his son causes him off to fear the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end. So what it's saying is this: us as men, we're commanded to make sure that we discipline. We teach our sons discipline, structure, order, build character. We must mold our children as men. The women will do their part and raise the child. The women will do their part and make sure that this child gets to be an adult. But it's our job to mold this child. Right? Verse 2 reads, And he chasteneth his son, shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice. Let me start over. Verse 2. He that chasteneth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintances. So again, I feel proud when I say, hey, yeah, man, my son had a job at 14 years old. My son been driving since he been about 6, 7 years old. Jeremiah, son, what time you start? What was your age, son, when you start driving? Son, get behind the wheel.
Like 6.
No. Let's clear this up, right? How old were you when you were sitting in the driver's seat? Not sitting in my lap, sitting in the driver's seat by yourself, able to drive, like even if it was around the yard.
11? I mean, around 11.
11? So you the run house. You was 11 at run house? You, Jabril, Bilal. You don't remember that?
I remember. I don't remember my age.
Okay, well that's fine. I'm telling you your age. What we was when he was 11. What they put us 5 years ago? I mean, you was driving on the street when we was standing over there on Camp Creek. You sure was. You hit my car. You sure was. Oh Lord, wait a minute now. So yeah, you gotta go back before then. You see what I'm saying? So 11 would have put you where you hit my car with my car. Remember that? Yeah. I did it, Daddy. I hit your car with your car. Yo, I want to call in police on you. File a police report. But yeah, so again, this is what this is saying. You want to be able to brag to your acquaintances. Yeah. So that's what this is. I like bragging to say, yeah, man, my son know the difference between the asset and the liability. My son invests in stocks. Boy, pull all that money out and say, you know what? Yeah, but you got another shot at it, and you make more money. You got another shot, you make more money, you get more hours. Look at you. You know what I mean? You see where you're going. I see where you're going. We're gonna see if you can get it right this time. But yeah, I like saying that. You know, they feel good. That's what they're saying. Verse 3 says, he that teacheth his son, watch this, grieveth the enemy. See, the enemies are grieved when fathers teach sons how to be men, because that means that you will have the discipline, the structure, the resources to compete with their children. At that point, it's an even playing field, right? So it says, and before his friends, he shall rejoice him of him. Though his father die, yet he is as though he were not dead. So he's saying this, though the father may die, it's the same thing as though the father is alive, because the son will remember the things that the father taught him, the things that the father showed him, right? The resources that the father left him, and he will understand what the father said to do with these said resources, right? So it says, for he have left one behind him that is like himself. While he lived, he saw and rejoiced in him. And when he died, he was not sorrowful. So they say, look, while the father was living, the father saw his son grow to become a man, and he rejoiced in his son. And when he died, he wasn't sorry when he died, because he understood that he turned his boy into a man. He understood that the son that he raised will have the ability to be self-sufficient and not codependent. The son that he would die, and he would be joyful because he know that the son that he raised will be intra-dependent and know how to treat his wife and know how to do business endeavors. He know this, right? Verse 6 reads, he left behind him an avenger against his enemies, and one that shall requite kindness to his friends. Again, we talking about these resources. Just like I said, certain things was already set up before this video was ever even made. Certain allies or certain alliances was already made, so that if I'm removed out of the equation, certain funds will be then funded to then spearhead certain movements. This is what's going on with this. This is what we was already commanded to do from the start. We just not taught this. We're not taught how to do it the right way. So we don't even have the resources to even fight, to compete. We don't have the resources, right? So now, uh, with that being said, right, we now understand the importance of leaving an inheritance for our children. We're reading it right here, right? So we're gonna go over to Obadiah, because we gotta point out who's spearheading uh the individuals that's in this predatory state, right? Because the Bible identified the book of Obadiah. It's only got one chapter, so we're gonna start at verse 1, right? Because we gotta identify them. These particular individuals, they got a little bit beside themselves to the point where they started to turning on the people that they made allies with. They said that their allies is not even in agreement with them. The allies want to do away with them too, right? So we're going to go to Obadiah chapter 1, verse 1, and it reads. Yep, that's it, son. Obadiah chapter 1, verse 1, and it reads, the vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord God concerning Edom. Right? It says, excuse me, we have heard a rumor from the Lord. An ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Right? So here we see whoever this Edomite nation is, they spearhead the revolt against the children of God, the Israelites. This is what we see. Verse 2 reads, behold, I have made thee small among the heathen, thou art greatly despised. God said, look, you, whoever this Edomite nation is, they small among all the other nations that aren't Israelites. This Edomite nation, they small amongst all the other nations. But God said it, they're greatly despised from all these other nations too. So it ain't just us that they're doing wrong, they're doing the other nations wrong too. Now, this particular nation of people that are called the Edomites are actually described a little bit. We get a little description of these people, right, from the Bible. And I'm going to let the people draw their own conclusion as to who these people are, right? Verse 3 reads, the pride of thine heart has deceived thee, thou that dwelleth in the cliffs of the rocks. So wait a minute. We have one distinction marker. These people came from some type of rocks, right? It says, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Watch this. They one, they were in the rocks. They coming from the rocks, the cliffs of the rocks. This is one marker. Verse 4 reads, though thou exalt thyself as son, what's the animal that's on, or should I say what's the animal that's on top of the flag? The who? The eagle. Okay. So verse 4 reads, thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. So now we're reading, well, we got another marker where they, may or may not have a symbol as an eagle. Other nations have other markers to identify them as well. Certain nations is got a bear symbol in the Bible. Speak about a certain nation doing a certain thing with the bear symbol. We'll get into that a little later on, right? So now we see these markers. All right. So now, this is why they're greatly despised. They don't know how to just take a little bit and say, you know what, we're gonna leave a little something for those that gonna come behind them. Because they just leave them a little something that they can rebuild with. Verse 5, let's see. If these came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Say, look, who gonna stop you? How you gonna stop? Right? Would they not have stolen till they had enough? They would have just took, all right, we got enough to go on about our business. Let's leave them there. If the great gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? Yeah, they're gonna leave something there. Verse 6. How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? We read about it. We know your game. High interest rates, subprime mortgages, right? Redlining, right? Gentrification, Jim Crow. Yeah, we read about them. Yeah, we learning. So now we understand the rules of engagement, right? This is how these things are sought out through keeping Bible law, right? Verse 7 reads, all the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. See, they look at that, that ain't no threat. They can't get together. But they don't understand that it's a spirit that's moving in the earth right now, and it's a spirit of unity, calling all God's saints, all the Israelites, all those that consider themselves to be Christians and followers of Jesus Christ to come together. That's what they're not aware of. They lack understanding in that aspect, right? Verse 9 reads, nope, verse 8. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom and understanding out of the mount of Esau? They ain't even gonna be able to understand how we even come together like this. They can't even understand how we getting so many so-called black billionaires, but it's trickling on down. See, if they billionaires up here and they wicked, we can become millionaires down here and be righteous. And without millions, we could generate, resources to where we're not codependent upon the government. To where when we do speak and say what we say, our words carry weight because we have the resources to actually make a change, make a difference, right? Verse 9 reads, and thy mighty men, O Timon, shall be dismayed to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter. Remember, last time we seen everyone being cut off, killed. That God said, leave nothing alive, not one. We see the same thing right here and over there, right? And let's see why God is saying this. Because see, we serve a merciful God. We serve a God of equality. Yeah, fairness, right? Uh Obadiah chapter 1, verse 10 reads, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Because what they did to the children of Israel, God said they're going to be cut off forever, right? We're going to go over to Second Ezra. This is in Apocrypha. We're going over Second Ezra, right? Chapter 6. Because we got to see something. Because these things going to come to pass. It got to happen. It's going to be an uprising. In the midst of this uprising, we got to understand that the same way we spoil the Egyptians coming out, it's going to be the same thing here. Same as that thing. It's going to be different, though. See, this Exodus right here, we ain't leaving with it. We going back to Jerusalem, and then they going to bring it to us. There's a difference. God said, I'm going to show them that I've always loved you, and they're going to come bow at your feet and worship you. That's what the Bible say. Again, Bible prophecy. Like God said it. I can't reverse it. We can't reverse it as Israelites, no matter how much we even try to think that some of us would think, well, that's unfair. God said it. Right? So now we're going to go over to 2nd Ezra chapter 6, and we're going to go to verse 8. Right? Verse 8 reads, and he said unto me, from Abraham unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were born of him, Jacob's hand held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followed. Right? So here we see Ezra getting understanding of Genesis chapter 25. Ezra just went all the way back to the beginning. Jacob and Esau, the prophets came and said, look, yeah, hold up to his heel, and this here where it meet. Esau is the end of the world. Jacob is the beginning of that which follow. The only way that this could happen, these folks ain't gonna go quietly. You think these people that's in a predatory position gonna just bend over? No, they not. Right? So now we're gonna go over to Psalms chapter 78. They not finna just fall over. No, you're gonna have to take it. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God, suffer a violence, and the violent take it by force. Jesus said the kingdom of God is in you, dwells in you. You are being taken by force. You are the prey. They are the predator. Understand that. This is Psalms chapter 78 and verse 1, and it reads, Oh, And it reads, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old." So God's saying, look, hey, listen up. Pay attention to my law. You want protection during this time right here where I'm telling you this, all this stuff finna go down? You want to be in a position where you don't have to struggle day to day, giving all your hours to a corporation that ain't even gonna support your kids in the end? Give your wife nothing? No. You don't want to do that? Listen to my law. Because I'm gonna tell you the things that was already written before you was even born. I'm gonna give you the keys to liberty. I'm gonna give you the keys to financial freedom. These are the things that were written before me and you was ever even born. Verse 3 reads, "Which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us." Right? See, again, because when we go all the way back to Sirach, Ecclesiastes, we see that the father taught the son, and the son carried on what the father said, because we was already commanded to do this. Right? Verse 4 reads, "We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of the Lord and his strength and his wonderful works that he hath done. For he established the testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children." Again, we're seeing these things being handed down from one generation to the next. "Honor thy mother and thy father, so that thy days may be long upon the earth." If we teach our kids this, we won't have to worry about our kids dying in the streets because they out here committing heinous crimes, being disrespectful to their mothers. God will give them the protections. See, why? "Submit yourselves unto your husband as Sarah did unto Abraham by calling him Lord, and daughters of Sarah ye shall be." See, again, you submit yourself to your husband. You won't have to worry about, sisters being out here without protection. You ain't got to worry about that because you're teaching this. You're teaching this to your daughters coming out the womb. The fathers is in the daughters' lives to teach the daughters how to respect the man. So now the men in the daughters' lives, that would be the brother, the uncle, the male cousins, close friends, and husbands or husband, they would know how to respect. Yeah, right. Verse 6 reads, "That the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children." Again, we seeing this. A part of that inheritance is the law. It's heritage, customs, tradition. That's a part of that. You know who you are. You know where you come from. Verse 7 reads, that they might set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments. Because this is where your protection is. Right? And this is why, because see, again, like we're in a situation where our fathers failed us, but then their fathers failed them. So we can't fail our children. So verse 8 reads, "And might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with God." Again, because we want to follow out the ways of the world, right? We want to go to Proverbs chapter 29. We want to follow after the ways of the world. We want to let money be our God. We want to let our job be our husband as women in Israel. Yeah. We want to let the women of other nations be our wives, passport, bros. Fix what you destroyed. Fix what you messed up. Don't mess it up and then run somewhere else. Man up. Fix it. If a woman say, "Look, I need a man to show me that he a man that I can submit to," that's fair. You you show her that you was a nigga that was gonna leave her to be a single mother? That was your daddy did it. His daddy did it. So now when the women rise up and say, you know what? Before I submit to you, let me prove you. And you got Israelite men that got a problem with that. Don't the Bible say prove a friend? How you gonna have a problem with a sister proving a man to be a sufficient enough, efficient leader for her to submit to? Ain't that what the Bible say? Her father wasn't there to teach her. So now she got to set these boundaries up to protect herself. And you mad because she doing that. Well, the father failed her. Because if the father would have been there, she wouldn't have had to do that. If the father would have been there, then you would have never failed her. Or he wouldn't have failed you. Or he wouldn't have failed her. Then she would have felt protected. And you would have knew how to provide. You would have knew how to give protection from the gate. You would have knew how to give direction from the gate. You want her to submit to you, but she don't even know where y'all going. You don't even know where y'all going. Y'all folk be in these 5-10 year relationship, still in the same spot, same job, same amount of money in your bank account. And you mad because she's saying, well, I want a man to make over a certain amount of money. Because she done looked at the product of her environment, and these jokers out here got the same jobs, same in the same positions, no aspiration. She got more aspiration than he do. But then he mad because she outdoing him and he telling her, well, slow down a little bit. I supposed to lead you. Man, yeah, right. No deal. So now we're finna go to Proverbs chapter 29. Right? And we're gonna go to verse 2. Because we have to understand this, that the order of God is being set back in its proper position. Okay. And right now we have the individuals in positions of power, they're in a predatory state where the prey. Right? So now we're going to go to Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2, and it reads, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn. And we just read in Obadiah where whoever the Edomites is, the whole world got a problem with. Even their own allies who they band together with in Psalm chapter 83 got a problem with these small little group of people. But we see it right here in Psalm. We finna go over to the book of Luke. Finna go over to Luke chapter 16. Right? And we at the last verse, y'all endured over to the last verse. Right? So now we finna get the instructions because it's a test. After all this, God ain't gonna just give you all this and then you ain't gonna get proven. You think you're gonna get the kingdom of God and you ain't gonna get proven first? No, you gotta go through a test. We learning, from the last couple of lessons, we're learning how to have financial freedom, gain our liberty, independency, and take back our power here in the flesh, while being submissive and obedient to God through His Son Christ. Right? Teaching the Word of God. So we're learning these things. So now it's a test that come with it because you got to be proven. Right? So now watch this. Because again, the money. Remember, they said, look, they asked Peter, do your master pay tribute? Meaning, do he pay taxes, tribute to Caesar? Now they said, who do he pay tribute to? Christ said, well, who face on the coin? He said, Caesar. Look, you get a Caesar with Caesar and you get a God with God. Now watch this. It's spiritual, right? Watch this. In the Bible, we pay tithes, not with money, but we pay tithes with agriculture, what the field produces, right? Watch this. Jesus said, give Caesar what's his, and you give God what's his. Watch this. He turned to Peter and said, Peter, go down to the water. First fish you see, open the mouth. Got 2 coins enough for me and you. Go out there and get Caesar where he is. Watch this. Give to Caesar what is Caesar. Caesar face on that coin. Get it to him. You give to God what God said to give to him. God say, I want the first of what the field produce. So a fish came up and that what belonged to God. The money belonged to Caesar. His face on that. You understand now? So again, you got a test. Because the currency that we have today, God face ain't on that. We don't have signet rings to where we can stamp and say, oh, yeah, that come from the tribe of Judah. We don't have that. We're not in positions of ruler, positions of power. We don't have our own currency. These other countries do. But watch this. Now, because we're not in power, because we don't have our own currency, we will be tested. So that when we get in power, we don't abuse it. So now, watch this. This is Luke chapter 16, verse 9, and it reads, and I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. So Christ saying, look, man, I'm telling you, make sure you keep you friends that got money that might not keep the commandments. And what I'm saying is this. See, you might keep the Shabbat, but they don't. But that don't mean that they do bad business deals. You understand? This is what I'm saying, because we already see that two can't walk together unless they agree. So we got to use wisdom right here. If you do business with somebody and they say, look, yeah, our business day on Saturday, man, we got to keep these doors open. Friday night to Saturday, man, we got you like, no, doors got to be closed. And if y'all can't agree on that, then you can't go in business with them. I don't care how much money they got. You understand? But now, if they saying, well, you know what? All right, cool, man. We'll just make it up another way. They don't keep the Sabbath, but you can go in business with them because the business that deal that y'all got, your door's gonna be closed on the Shabbat. You ain't making nobody work on the Shabbat to break the Sabbath. All the other businesses he got, his business still open. They ain't got nothing to do with you. This is what Christ is teaching. We can't be over righteous. We're not in a position of rulership, right? So it says that when ye fall, they may receive you into everlasting habitation. So they can help you, right? Verse 10. He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much. Remember, with the talent, Christ said, you evil and lazy servant. You should have took my money and gave it to the money changer, and it would have grew in interest. Take it from him. Take that one talent from him and give it to the one that got the 10. To whom much is given, much is required. You understand? So now, verse 11 reads, if therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust the true riches? So what Christ is saying is this. You can't be faithful in the unrighteous dealings in money. How you gonna be faithful in the riches of the kingdom? You failing if you can't be trusted with money that got the image of your oppressor on it, of the people that's in a position of being the predators. You will forever remain the prey because you won't have the covering on. You won't be blessed. Verse 12 reads, well, and if you fail that part of the test, well, you will definitely not get this. Verse 12 reads, and if ye have not been faithful in that which is another man's, you ain't been faithful in somebody else's riches with their image on it, right? It says, who shall give you that which is your own? See, it's your kingdom. It's your salvation to lose. So if you can't be faithful over here in somebody else's kingdom under their rulership, how you think you're gonna do right in your own with the real riches? With the real riches, you're failing horribly, right? Watch this, verse 13. No servant can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. You can't allow money to be your God. So if money is your God, then you have submitted to those that's in a predatory position over you, and you forever remain prey. But if you make the true God of Israel your God, and you shall receive liberation. you shall receive protection and provision. God's word will not come back void, right? And with that, that is the lesson of, you know, understanding when the predators become the prey, right? The predators become the prey when you understand how uh, economics work. When you become economically educated. Malcolm X said that his people are a people that are robbed and spoiled economically, right? We're uneducated on how economics works. So therefore, we will always be um, in a state of being preyed upon, being taken advantage of. Anybody got any questions? All right, cool. And with that, shalom.